Captain's Supplemental Log, Stardate 60071. We have re-entered the nebula and come across a strange phenomenon which the wildfires seem to have entered under either distress or to hide. Upon further investigation, it seems there is a alternative pocket solar system which the wildfire has entered and is currently causing more problems than we'd like to admit. We will attempt to find ways to assist without further breaking the Prime Directive, but unfortunately, things never go that way. End log.
And this is a 3-threat game. As we cut to the medical bay of the Achilles. Where last we left, I believe Aza and Thralic had been vision questing a bit in the counselor's office.
Oh, right. Didn't I, pass the fuck out?
Yeah, and you had strained visions.
Yeah.
And boop. Sorry for medical. Boop.
I think we have a new medical officer.
Thralic, you find yourself very sore all over, very, very cold, and that's saying something for an Andorian. And for the longest time, you felt you were staring into stars through a veil. Familiar stars. And you find Aza kind of grabbing onto you because you were starting to slump away into your chair, starting to just conk right out.
Okay.
Alec, you okay, buddy? You completely zoinked out there.
I'm not sure, counselor. I was seeing stars as they would be above Earth. Familiar from back in the academy days. Trying to see if the stellar position of this phenomena, if it's what I'm seeing, is correct. I don't know, but
I would like to do a medical scan on Brolic.
Reason medicine, difficulty of 1, since you are in the med bay, assisted by the ship's sensors plus medicine.
All right. I would, just to say here, I would specifically like to be doing a scan of brain graphs and stuff. Take a threat.
Certainly.
And I will keep that complication because it sounds interesting.
Having scanned Thralic, you can see that there is a spike in psilocybin, which is the sonic chemical in the Star Trek verse, to show that something happened. That goes up whenever you do anything sonic, so telekinesis, whatever. So that is up. However, you do notice that there are signs of other parts of the brain that have fired that seem to indicate a possible. Put it this way. So normally when you have audio-visual hallucinations, there's certain parts of your brain that fire because they're messing with your eyes. Your eyes part of your brain, or your ears part of your brain, or both. This is. You're not an expert in parapsychology in particular, but this looks like a sonic hallucination. Sometimes when people mind meld too much or use their ESP too much, it can cause bleeding. So their dreams bleed into their actual awareness. So you start seeing your dreams as reality, except instead of being your eyes and ears, it's your sonics, which makes it even more confusing. Otherwise, though, there's no grand malfunction. You know, there was just that's why they basically had an overload of their psilocybin. That's why they froze up and stuff. Because if your head floods with too much of it, everything else gets shut off. You're basically not doing anything else, which is why it can be dangerous to do deep sonic dives, because you basically sacrifice the rest of your brain functions to do that. Well, not all of them. You need to breathe, but you know, in theory, you could die from a mind meld if you didn't know what you were doing, or you were reckless.
Yeah. Well, that is very interesting. But your brain activity looks normal for what you went through, but I would like to keep you under observation for at least an hour, in order to make sure there are no lingering effects of the impact to your, no impacts to the parts of your brain that process senses, which have been tampered with. However, in the meantime, I would very much like to hear all about your vision and the contents within.
All right.
Throlic, you feel too stressed as you feel a lingering doom feeling just hanging over you the more Asa talks.
That's not nice.
The more that Asa talks.
Yep. Sense of dread. But it's just 2 points of stress. It's probably like it's just uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Still feel the echoes, I don't know, of the dread. And well, I'll go through everything I saw then, counselor. And I'll begin recounting everything from last episode there.
Do you remember?
I remember loosely.
Well, you can describe loosely what you remember, because it is pretty vague. Your character did kind of freeze up a bit, so this kind of adds to the confusion a little.
Sure, I will transcribe everything you write down in a note that I will send to the captain.
Because I know I was talking through it when I was in the trance state.
You sure about that?
Oh, God damn you. Well, counselor, I remember seeing the skies of Earth. And I remember before that, there's a door shrouded in ice. It's difficult to piece it all back together now.
That is
The door
unfortunately.
was beckoning in a way.
Beckoning to be opened?
I think more to be entered.
Do you have any idea what could be on the other side?
No, I don't.
Do you have any idea where we could look for the door?
I think that much I could piece back together. For
Well,
how overwhelming it was, I did get a good look at the stars from where I was standing.
and hopefully you could put your position back together.
Right. Exactly.
Well,
I paid attention in astronavigation.
well, that makes one of us. You can work out of exam room 1, but I would like to keep you under observation for now and try not to stress yourself.
Right.
I'll remind the counselor that last episode, Sister Shreer was taken to exam room 1 to be examined.
Oh, okay. Then you can work out of exam room 2.
Very well, counselor. Stay for observation.
If there is nothing else.
No.
Okay, then I will step out.
As the two of you step out, head nurse Varuk, senior chief petty officer, is speaking with one of the other nurses at the center desk, who basically they're talking about a quick examination of the chief pilot, Lieutenant Shishashrir. Varuk, what you learned after you kind of worked with one of the doctors to kind of look over her, she has a dizziness spell that's hit her, but it's a minor thing. A few pharmaceuticals and a hypospray, and she'll be fine. She just needed to get away from the controls for a hot minute, but she'll be all right. And the nurse just talking with you about that when you see a Lieutenant Commander Counselor Asa and the XO Commander Thralic step out of the counselor's office.
Right, Oliver. Just give me another update on Lieutenant Chishishir's condition in the next hour or so. Ah, doctor.
Hello, nurse. The first officer, Commander Thralic, has undergone a psychic experience. And she'll hand you a pad with like the records of her neuroscan on it.
You see, sorry to interrupt, you do see his tail does come out and grab the pad from you, and you see he holds it up using his tail as a third hand.
Brain cell tail talent.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
It is, will do her best to not like be surprised, but it's definitely like you can tell that she did not expect that. Where was I? Yes. I would request that she remain under observation for the next hour. I am concerned that there might be lingering effects of this. If she appears to be in any stress or appears to have any effects, please call me. Otherwise, I trust you to keep an eye on her.
Certainly, Doctor. Another update on Lieutenant Chishishir seems to be just either perhaps some motion sickness or just a dizzy spell. Nurse Oliver and myself took care of the lieutenant, and she is resting safely in exam room 1.
That is excellent to hear. Thank you, nurse.
My pleasure. And Varuk puts the pad down, hands it to Oliver, and says, "Make me a copy of that." And will just come over and peek my head in. I'll sort of. Are these doors?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I will go over to Commander Thralic's exam room and very quickly hit the doorbell. Like the doo-doo.
Enter.
Commander. Just letting you know, I will be sort of when the doctor mentioned that you'd be under observation, I will be handling that observation unless the doctor is needed.
Varuk. Aza's a counselor. She's not a doctor. She's the chief medical officer, but she isn't a doctor. She has a master's in counseling, most likely.
Ooh, okay. I think Varuk uses I think Varuk uses the term doctor interchangeably, but that is a correction that I'm
Yeah.
noting now. Varuk has his feeling. Yeah, I guess Varuk might have some feelings about that, but
Yeah.
it's
Very
just
used to the CMO. Like 9 out of 10 CMOs are usually a doctor, not the council
Yeah.
department.
so yeah. At this point, I think Varuk, being an experienced enlisted officer, being an enlisted personnel, I think is just used to out of habit
Yeah.
referring to the CMO
Mhm.
as doctor. Um, if you need me, I'll be at the circulation desk with Nurse Bebe, and we will. If you have if you notice any lingering symptoms, I know that the counselor handed me a pad earlier. But
Right. Thank you, nurse. I'll be trying to get some work done while I'm here under observation, but feel free to take any scans you need.
and I'll do that actually. I will. I will go ahead and do. I got from the pad originally that Aza um, did a neural scan, correct?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna just for the sake of redundancy, do that same scan.
Oh, the exact same scan? I'll make it reason medicine diff 1 since sensors medicine assist.
Okay. Um, hmm,
This is a diff 1 task, so it does
yeah.
amount to something. You can fail the task.
Okay. Uh, I will actually. What I will actually do, if you'd allow it, is I'm gonna do a full body scan, still taking into account the neural scans from before, just to get a general idea of Commander Thralick's health at this point.
I would normally bring that up to diff 2 because it's more comprehensive, but again, you're in med bay, so it should bring it down by 1, I think.
Okay, cool.
Just because you're surrounded by the stuff you need.
Right.
And you have a
Exactly.
biobed and all that.
For sure. I've learned to keep the medical devices page handy. Okay. I don't think I have anything that'll. Actually, I will. No, I won't. I'll just use a cortical scanner. It's not. It doesn't have any mechanical use, but I will just do it for flavor. Uh, reason medicine. Oh yeah, I forgot that I'm not a very smart guy. Internal medicine as a focus.
I'd take that, yeah. Oh, I see
Good.
why you did the full scan. You're trying to get internal medicine to fire. Yep.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and then. Yeah, I'll give you a threat just to see what happens.
Okay. Boop. Gain 2 momentum.
Cool.
So, Commander Thralick, according to scans, is an especially fit officer, which is in line with a person with a medical history of military familial upbringing on Andoria. They're very fit people in general. No, there are some mild scarring in areas around shoulders and leg parts from like old climbing injuries, but they're minimal. Like they're old. Probably something from like months ago. You do see a discrepancy between your scan and the counselor scan. The counselor scan, according to the pad, indicates that this person is suffering from some sort of sonic hallucinations. You do not find any evidence of that. So whatever they have psilocybin, like it's dropping because she's awake and not doing anything sonic, but it's still there. It's like having an adrenaline jump. It kind of fades with time. So
Right.
maybe the evidence faded. Maybe it was never there to begin with.
And I'd be happy to spend momentum to gain additional information.
You can, yeah.
Comparing Commander Thralick's medical records, like that we have for especially senior staff, but for all crew, is what I'm seeing consistent with what we have on file.
I'll take a momentum for that, and I would say yes. This is fairly consistent because she does have. She has trained her Esper, her extrasensory perception, so she's actually able to kind of control the vision a little bit, like the same way you control your eyes when they move around. Once you train it, you can kind of do it on purpose. or if it hits you suddenly, you know what to do. But yeah, it's consistent. What would throw someone off is that Andorians usually aren't the sonic ones. It's their genetic cousins that were the Anar, who are more sonically gifted. They usually lose their vision to precipitate the ESP, but Andorians can't have ESP. It's incredibly rare, but it can happen. And it's tracked. And Thralic has as I recall, she has a rare expression of ESP. Like her family has that dormant gene that sometimes fires.
Her family has some Anar heritage.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yep.
Sure. Okay. Um, Commander Thralic, any other symptoms that you need to let me know about right now? You're not seeing double, you're not seeing another person in the room, nothing like that?
No, nothing unusual to report.
Okay. I would take it easy, just for my sake. It'll make my job a little bit easier. But the bed's there. Feel free to relax. Something funny?
No.
Your face. Oh, sorry.
All right. Have fun under observation, and I will. I'll give a head nod, sort of down, and walk out.
Yeah.
And okay. Brief BRB.
Yeah, you're going to be one of those doctors who just walk up to random people and scan.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
I mean, that's like, I don't know, 40 to 70% of our job in today's day and age. It's a little bit hard to do medicine without knowing what's going on in you.
Yeah, very true. Also, just the idea of Thralic taking it easy was funny.
Well, yeah, Varuk being completely new and not knowing anybody personally yet. I found that funny as well. I go up to Aza and Counselor Aza and show the discrepancy that you mentioned, GM, and will show Counselor Aza that to verify.
So all this is showing, like out of character, all this is showing is that like the effects of having an ESP hallucination are like dissipating from her system.
According to the nurses scans, they had an ESP event, but they don't have the bleed over, the hallucination part of it.
Yeah. These scans that I just took of Commander Thralic, they don't necessarily contradict yours, Counselor. However, there is a discrepancy with what we would normally see as the normal behavior. Use that information how you wish. I, myself and Nurse Oliver will maintain a close eye on both of our patients.
Thank you, Nurse. So long as her condition is unchanged, I don't have any alarms yet. We can continue to monitor her as time progresses.
Certainly. You think Brooks is, I guess a physical description would be nice too. How tall is Counselor Aza, by the way?
Let me double check, because I definitely do have one listed. Asa is 5'8".
I think we're just about the same height. It's interesting because when I originally thought of Cation, I was thinking like tall, but no, they're all actually pretty short. And with that, Varuk will do the same sort of head nod and sit in at the circulating desk.
And not participate in shop talk for a moment. How are you enjoying your new stint on the Achilles? We don't have the most luxurious medical bays in the country, but there's never a dull moment.
Certainly not a dull moment from what I've seen so far. Um, Compared to my last posting, this is the most unusual looking med bay that I've ever seen. It's usually a lot of silver and light blue, not bright purple. Is that the color? Uh, Certainly, getting used to the new look of everything is one thing. I haven't really had time to sort of settle down and meet people, but um, adjusting is sort of a part of my a part of my sort of MO when it comes to new assignments. So usually it takes me a little bit.
I understand. If you need anything, just let me know. Um, um, we are a crew, but we're also a family. And she's gonna like tap the desk and walk into her office. And she'll say, "Oh, I'm sure no matter what, I think you'll fit in." And she will walk to her office.
Varuk will smile because he's had some bad luck in the past with officers. He's either had ones that are like legitimately nice people, or he's had people who just look down on enlisted personnel because they
Mhm.
don't have a pip on their sort of lapel. Uh, he smiles briefly to himself and then goes back to his sort of work.
Oh,
This is probably, and actually for Varuk, this is probably one of the few medical assignments that is junior officer and enlisted heavy, because the only senior officer is the counselor, like lieutenant commander or full lieutenant. I think I take that back. No, there is no full lieutenant. You have, I think the highest rank is no, there's one full lieutenant, the doctor, Dr. Saya.
Yeah, I think there's a cadet in there too.
Cadet Kobuk.
Yeah.
Few nurses. There's a civilian counselor aboard because sometimes the civilians want to talk to a civilian or whatever.
yeah, this is a training boat. There's a bunch of cadets on this boat.
Sure.
Yeah. And we have a new scene, and I will highlight to Thralic, your stress does not go away at the end of the scene. The dread stays with you.
Fuck you.
I just love how we escalate.
Appropriate response.
That escalated.
Well, there goes our PG rating.
No, we get the one.
That was perfect. This is a nice,
Get one
friendly
PG-13.
training boat. Hey, fuck you.
Well,
There it goes.
All right. On the bridge of the Achilles, your sensor officer points out to you that it appears that several water vessels a fleet of water vessels are approaching the position of the wildfire. 1, 2, 3, 4,
don't
5,
forget
6,
the
7,
entire
8,
fucking
12.
sky full of aircraft.
A bunch of small craft are approaching as well. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
look throughout the bridge and quietly say to myself, I remember when I used to have senior staff.
They're here, they're just down there.
Yeah, they're here, just not where you want them. So remembering from last session, we do have one or two options we can do before we fully just go screw the prime directive.
Mm.
Are the patterns from both orbital and by sea, by the Sol vessels, because we've not really confirmed it's Earth, are they taking a hostile posture or a containment posture?
Insight plus command, difficulty of... If you're trying to guess at the minds of the Navy officers down there.
Focus in strategy and tactics?
Yep.
Would you take the trait of Master Strategist?
I would. It would bring it down to diff 1.
And I shall give you a threat for a bold reroll, please.
Okay. Boop, boop.
Yeah, I'll fish.
So yeah, they according to the way they're moving, and you do know a bit more than you do know a bit about ocean-going navies. Partly because Starfleet trains a little bit in it anyway. It's a nice thing to know. It's a safe way to train. That's practical. Like you can practice on the actual ocean. And being Andorian raised, you'd be familiar as well. It's a proud tradition for the Andorians as well. Although they're more frozen navy than open water navy. But they've seen open water before. It's not like they're always round eyes. But from your guess of what they're doing, they are one part of the fleet seems to be holding steady. They are moving. They're going like dead slow, so they're crawling toward the position at this point. And then there's another. So 2 parts of the fleet are kind of crawling toward it dead slow, and one is swinging wide, and they seem to be deploying some sort of smoke and chaff into the air, which from you would hazard they're trying to create a smoke screen, a literal sensor smoke screen to hide the aircraft from the wildfire. The problem is that you can see it. You're in space. You're looking down at them, so you can see this maneuver. The wildfire might be a little more. They might have just lost contact with that 3rd fleet and all the small craft units in the air. But they seem to be setting up that diversion right now. They seem to be setting up that screen. It's a slow process because you're moving at water speed. So compared to starships, they you guys at your shuttles at impulse could outspeed some of these things. So they're going slow compared to any starship.
I'll say this just out to the bridge. Do we know if we can open communications with the wildfire, or are we out of range?
One of the sensor people pipes up and says, according to the scans from earlier, Captain, there is they don't seem to operate on subspace frequencies, so we could probably get away with just hailing them openly on subspace, and I doubt anyone would hear us. They use laser transceivers and radios. We work in bandwidth they just don't play with.
Before we do, tactical, scan for cloaked vessels. Oh no, that would be technically sensor.
That'd be sensors, sir.
Well, I'm tactically getting, yeah.
Reason Science, difficulty 5, assisted by sensors plus science.
Who would like to grab Ensign Rymek? Well, don't all jump.
Yeah, I can grab it. Okay. I'm okay. I guess I'm taking the lead on this.
Here's the ship.
Reason Science to 5. Sensor operations as a focus.
Yep.
Okay. Bold. Yeah, we'll do 1 threat to momentum for 4 dice. Okay. Sensor operations to anything else. I'm gonna use the talent dedicated focus investigated. Oh, never mind. Okay. We already declared that. So I will go ahead and roll. Boop.
Yeah.
There's your 5. Ooh.
Whoops, I was about to shoot that to the wrong person.
I was like, not seeing a typing on here.
Probably in DM.
Yeah.
Coming to your console now.
Yep, it's Captain. It's just this console. Make sure to get that I get engineering on this console. It's a little sticky today.
I would, but unfortunately most of my engineers are taken up elsewhere at the moment, but I'll keep it in mind.
I appreciate that.
Meanwhile, someone's yelling, "Who updated Adobe?"
Somebody messed with the somebody messed with the formulas on this Excel document. Now we can't run our business. My job today at work. Uh, uh, okay. Ooh. Captain, I'm seeing a sensor contact. There appears to be some sort of cloaked deep space station at the Lagrange point near Neptune. It's currently at extreme range. Can I just do a doot 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 and put the area on screen?
You put it on screen, and you see a warbling of stars. Because cloak visually hides your bends light around you and stuff. But looking straight on at it, you can see there's a visible outline of something there, and it's at least somewhere in the scale 4, scale 6 range. It's hard to see with its cloak up.
You said scale 6.
Scale 4, scale 6. It's somewhere in that range.
Okay. Momentum for question. What kind of cloak is it? Meaning, what empire or polity has this cloaking device?
I will give that momentum back to you. You lack data. The scan isn't with the cloak active. You don't know because it depends on how the cloak's being deployed, like how it's being emitted. Because it could be built into the armor, it could be emitted, it could be a bending of subspace. All you know is that the sensors saw your sensors tried to tell you that there is nothing there, but there's a way to read your sensors to go, well, there should be something there. There's an odd void in the shape of something that looks like a space station to you. So that means it must be cloaked, whatever it is.
Ensign Ramek will turn around. There's something out there, Captain. I'm not sure. It seems to be some sort of space station that's cloaked.
And clearly through history of Federation, we've never had just a random scale 4 to scale 6 cloaked station within the Sol system.
Nothing's cloaked, no. And even space station wise, the furthest out they had that a big station would be is Jupiter. Anything further out, small, scale 4 and smaller. Like more research stations, less a full-on dock. This is 4 to 6, so it's somewhere between research station, a deep space station, or full-on deep space base of some kind or outpost. Definitely not big enough to be a full starbase or a full space dock. It's not big enough.
Interesting. For now, let's keep an eye on it. Let's try and open some secure comms to the wildfire.
So if you're going to go secure comms, system by communication plus engineering. Call the number first, and that's the number you're shooting for.
It's probably going to have to be me rolling it due to the fact of we've kind of run out of engineer NPCs.
You
Strategy.
mean the one that we have?
Yeah. Strategy and
Yeah.
tactics.
I wouldn't. I'd take it a complication increase.
Well, the reason I was thinking is because if I know there's a cloaked station, and even though I know everything else's technology isn't at that stage, it's still smart to have some form of security on you.
It is indeed smart, but you're basically trying to do encryption through subspace mechanics, and that's more of a technical issue, not a abstract issue. But strategy tactics is something I'll take for complication because it's related to what you're doing.
I'll take it. I'll go diff 3. I'll give
I can roll
you,
the ship for you if you'd like.
if you wish. I'll spend 1 momentum to threat.
Engineering.
King
Going
2.
on for 5. Sheesh.
Gain 2 momentum. Spending 1 threat. Boop, 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 boop.
Like, it's a reasonable roll for me, but I don't have the the reroll. I don't think you got that one, bud.
No, I did not. I did not hear. I'm hearing nothing.
I forget. I know we did a roll on the wildfire at some point. I just forget what it was for that I used that Talora
Make it
did.
easier to find us.
Couldn't tell you at the moment.
Yeah, it was. I know we had to use guile and cunning for it, so it was something to have the Klingon to not hear it as well. I think it was the signal that we were trying to send out that was masked. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to figure it out. We should have made a note.
Captain Pend is hailing the wildfire.
And Tavara will respond to that hail.
This is the voice of the Mysterons.
Yeah, you'll get a
boy.
Vulcan eyebrow raise. Tavara is going to clear her throat and say, Captain Pend, how nice of you to drop in to save us. My ship is disabled, and we are currently being surrounded by these native people's navies. If you could tractor beam us out of here, or failing that, simply beam up my crew, it would be greatly appreciated.
Well, that's definitely a plan. Unfortunately, I came here to recover a starship, not a very large boat. Also, these natives are human. You're in the Sol system.
That is most curious.
And they're currently using a smoke screen to send a third force to approach. So,
Well,
yeah, you kind of crap the bed on the Prime Directive here.
I will suffer the regulatory consequences after my crew is safe. tactical, please raise shields.
Captain, if we
raised.
bring up the... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Oh no.
Was just going to say, Captain, if we bring up the shields, our some sensors will shut off. They'll see us.
The Achilles is presently in orbit if we're being hailed, which makes it likely they are already aware there's a
Oh no,
Federation
we're
vessel
not.
present.
We're not in orbit. We're outside of the system.
And then interference cuts them off. We lost connection. Something's flooding the subspace bands.
Get him back.
Can we identify what it is?
Reason plus security. Difficulty of 3. Assisted by sensors and security.
Ah, yes, reason. I'm paranoid.
Div goes down.
Lovely.
I'm gonna say you see her like stand up, and she's just going to like start pacing like in this front area in front of the chair.
Neat. Defector, question mark.
Oh, no. Doesn't help or hurt.
Alright. Investigative technique focus
I take it.
for trying to figure out what is causing this to get through it. Or to otherwise not be a problem. Let me reread the wording of this one. This doesn't count as detecting an enemy or hazard, it's just dealing with a problem, correct?
Yeah. You're scanning for something. You're trying to figure out what's going on.
Yep.
This one, yeah.
We'll give you a threat.
1/3 eye. 1 threat, not Q threat.
Q
I get
threat,
Q
yes.
number of threat.
And the wildfire, please, Captain.
Oh, absolutely. U.S.S. wildfire. Okay, I am making a sensor security.
Sensor security. The ship actually has a better roll than I do, technically.
Do.
Identifying the source of interference now, Captain. Give me a few more moments. That is unexpected.
What is unexpected?
It would appear the flagship, or command and control vessel for the surface fleet has a subspace transceiver of some description. This is being used to jam our communications.
If they have access to subspace frequencies, could they triangulate our location from the signals we've sent out?
Well, yes, though I believe their physical presence and being able to physically observe us at the moment is more of a giveaway than any triangulation they could do.
I'll
They
give you a
might be able to
corruption.
triangulate. Oh,
I'll give you a correction there. If they're sorry, I'm going to range check here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. So if they're at extreme plus, they can't see you. They're too far away. They might see you on radar, but
okay.
your sensor shows up. But once they get into like medium or close range, at that point you're in plain view.
Okay.
So they're
Could
they're
they
two
triangulate?
range. They're like 3 range bands too far to see you still.
In theory, yes, they could triangulate, but that depends on how advanced their technology is. Also, triangulation generally requires more than 1 point. If they currently have just one and are using it as a blanket, it makes that option far less viable.
I know what the definition of
Other-
triangulation is, Lieutenant. Can you override the interference and get connection back to the Achilles?
I can certainly try.
If any ship enters extreme range on our sensors, activate shields.
They're already on extreme range of those sensors.
Excuse
They're
me.
at go ahead.
The GM said they're at extreme plus range. So
Extreme
she's
plus
saying,
1, yeah.
yeah. So if they enter into any range where their weapons could theoretically fire upon us, activate shields.
Yeah, you can fire at extreme range.
Mhm.
It's hard, but you can do it. Well, our navies can do that.
The prime directive has already been broken. Chances are it is unavoidable that further contact will be made and these people will be further contaminated. My goal, therefore, is not to ensure further secrecy, but to ensure as many lives as possible on this ship and on this planet are not killed.
I believe the possession of subspace technology implies that they are further advanced than what we've been led to believe at this time. That or someone else has interfered already.
To break the sensor the jamming, reason engineering difficulty 3 assisted by sorry, not sensors. I'm sorry, communications engineering.
Lieutenant Arlen hears how we're being jammed. Do you believe you can counter that?
Please try not to break my communication systems this time.
I didn't break him last time.
Just redlining the structural integrity field. That's fine.
All right. Reason engineering. Technical insight is focus.
I take it. Yep.
Lateral thinker to think of ways around this as jamming.
Diff 2. You're right.
Okay. I am not gonna redline. I'm the sensor systems. Reckless.
Complication increase.
All right. 1 threat.
1 third eye.
And for the ship
And-
captain,
Comms engineering.
Yep, my bad.
see, it's easy to forget when you're not used to it.
Uh-huh.
One momentum. Ask a question.
Yeah, I'm finishing that line. Sorry.
Okay. Getting something on the console.
There you go.
Okay. Channels open, and we're through the jamming frequency. However, we have 15 small craft moving through the smoke screen towards our position.
Raise shields.
They're relatively slow.
Shield yellow alert. I presume you're just pulling shields up.
Red alert. Yeah, I'll say shields up. Red alert.
Okay. The reason I specify is because red alert usually you you turn your weapons on. Yellow alert's just if you're putting your shields up.
Okay, sure. You know what? We'll just say yellow alert for now.
Okay. Shields raised. Your some sensor will it pops automatically because it can't be maintained with shields.
And we can get Commander Pend back on the screen, Captain Pend.
Boop. Captain Penn, by the time your guys were getting ready to break through the jamming, the wildfire already does.
Oh, it's nice to talk to you all again.
There are small craft advancing to our ship. We have ray shields, and I have no doubt that their antiquated weaponry will not be able to pierce them, but this situation is untenable. I do not see a solution that does not involve the Achilles entering the system to rescue the members of the Wildfire's crew.
Is the wildfire able to move under its own power?
Lieutenant Arlen, is the Wildfire able to move under its own power?
Reason plus engineering, difficulty 2, assisted by computers plus engineering.
One thing back on the transmission, I managed to tap into their radio frequencies. Is their squadron of small craft working together in Air Force type wings? I have a tap into their comms now. I'm monitoring it. Reason engineering, div 2. Reckless.
It doesn't hurt or help.
Fast thinker, since we're doing this like on the spot.
I'll color my answer to be more comprehensive, so you don't have to spend as much momentum.
Excellent. Take a threat.
Certainly.
Bold.
Captain?
Oh, yep. Sorry.
It's alright.
Computers NG, please.
Yep. I'm imagining the ship doesn't help you, and then you have to like tap the console on the side, and then it triggers.
Enemy craft are preparing weapons, but they're not going to fire unless fired upon.
And results of your reading.
They're arming something called beam sabers. Whatever that is.
What is it with fighters with beam sabers in New Corbinian?
Wahaha.
Look, he has a type. We know.
Arlen, is the ship spaceworthy?
Compiling now. Maneuvering thrusters. There's only about the same speed as the fighter craft coming in. We have about 4 minutes before the fighter craft close in.
Can we take off
Uh,
from? Can we take off and break orbit from here?
Can I take off?
Spend a momentum to answer that.
Yep.
Yep, you're able to go to space. Your structural integrity field's still holding, so you can go to space. You're just moving really slow.
So we're still space worthy.
You can move from, you're essentially on an interstellar scale, you're in contact range with the planet. You can move
Okay.
one increment up into orbit.
Okay. Um. What is preventing us from going faster? Is it just contact with the planet, or is there something broken with impulse?
There is a momentum spend in your future, which I'll take.
I'll take that momentum spend.
So in essence, you have a extraordinary strain on the nacelle, which has disrupted your ability to produce a warp bubble. An impulse speed. If you go to impulse speed, they won't. As of when you hit the water, engineers are already fixing stuff to try to, because there was no breach, so the ship should warp anyway. But something happened when you hit the water, and it strained the nacelle and the neck between the nacelle and the saucer, and they're fixing those connections. They're like replugging things in, turning on the backups and everything. So that's how you have maneuvering thrusters now. Eventually warp speed's going to come back. They need time. If you go to impulse, they have to evacuate the entire neck and hope everything holds, because they don't know, they can't safely sign off on it because they don't know it'll work. You could try it and hope to God it works, but they can't guarantee it'll work.
Well, maybe we could make an advantage that says is that we can do impulse for our one turn, or is that necessary?
You could spend 2 and say you could get away with one impulse burst, like just everyone hang on to something. We're gonna impulse, and then we're gonna
ourselves. We're going fast.
Yeah.
But Captain, and is that necessary? Because if we go up to orbit, I don't think these small craft are going to be able to follow us.
She's going to like you see her like making a fist with her hand and releasing it and making a fist again. Captain Pend, it is unsafe for my ship to remain here. These people are clearly more advanced than we previously gave them credit for. It is possible, however unlikely, that they can break through our shields and disable the wildfire. Therefore, in the interests of keeping the ship safe, I will take the ship up to orbit, unless you have a better solution.
Well, at the moment, the 2 solutions I have are filling the system with a chafe substance to blind most of their sensors, which would allow both entry and exit without too much notice, or requires the Achilles to enter the system fully visible and attempt to talk with whatever is got a subspace signal in the system.
That would be the flagship of the approaching fleet.
There's
They have
also a
some
cloaked
sort of subspace
station.
transceiver. We were driven here by Klingon Assault Wing.
Yeah, is it? I think it was out by Neptune. There's a
One
Fighters still
problem,
cloning?
one problem at a time, everyone. She's going to like step back to her chair and oop, grab the wrong thing. She's going to step. There we go. She's going to step back to the chair and press the button to activate the ship-wide PA system, and she's going to say, "The ship is about to engage its impulse engines to go to orbit. All hands brace." And then she will wave for the helm to do that.
So 2 momentum and for that impulse burst. If you be so kind, GM.
Yep, grab them. People start racing around inside the neck as the camera pans them briefly, as everyone starts grabbing like these cords and locks and start latching themselves to nearby surfaces. People in Jeffrey's suits just hang on to something as tightly as they can. Anyone who's walking around in that hallway kind of flatten themselves to the floor and hook themselves, and they kind of stay together as much as they can because they're just waiting for something to break. Like they're assuming something's going to strain, but they don't know that, you know, Arlen in the back of his head knows that this thing can survive a burst. You're not sure you could do that for long, but it can survive a burst. And the con fires up the impulse engines. And have you ever seen the slow ascent of a rocket going into space? That is slower than anything in Star Trek Adventures goes. That's slower than maneuvering thruster. They move maneuvering thruster speed, essentially. That's us at our best. This thing's moving at impulse. This thing is on the water 1 minute and then immediately, poof, just blasts off into the sky. You can even hear a sonic boom for miles because you are not silent and you are not slow. You are fast. You're faster than anything this planet can put out.
I mean, you know, our impulse engines are basically modified nuclear bombs going off every second. So yeah.
I've got a problem.
Captain, a laser transceiver's painting us. I think someone's trying to call us. I can keep it silent, or I can. We're moving out of range, so we could just keep silent and not respond, or we can open up. But we'd have to let them keep the laser on us.
Can you read what they're sending first? Wait, which captain were you referring to?
To you, Tavara. Sorry.
Okay.
Unidentified vessel. Unidentified vessel. Halt and stay where you are. You are to identify yourself. Sorry, the translation metrics is having a bit of trouble. You are to submit yourself to inspection by the Council of Rational Politics of the Rational Politics Society. That might be their government, I'm guessing, or their interplanetary customs agents. I don't know.
Javara's gonna consider for a second, because the inner, she has a focus in cultural anthropology. She is incredibly curious to find out what these people's deal is, but she knows it would break the Prime Directive further to engage in unnecessary contact. So she will wave with her hand and say, remain radio silent.
Acknowledged, Captain. Sensors read, we are in orbit. Sensor contact. There seems to be a deep space station lag point beta. They are launching fighters to our position. Same speed as the previous ones on the surface. There's also a larger ship they're bringing out of their dock, but I don't know how fast it can move yet. It's just undocking now.
Lieutenant Rylov, tactical analysis of the ships they are launching.
Yes, Captain.
Reason plus security, difficulty of 2, assisted by sensors or computers, plus security.
Sensors or computers.
I'm still paranoid.
So's the ship, apparently.
It actually helps you, Div 1.
Let me guess, there's going to be something surprising on there that you wouldn't normally look for.
Yeah.
That being said, does that count as a hazard? Detecting a hazard or enemy?
Yes, I would count it.
Yep. Okay, given that's just a reroll option, which I'll give you a momentum instead at the moment because no. Please go through. I did click the button.
There you go.
Wow, we'll use that. There we go. Look at that. Okay, so we made 2 momentum. We can use that and 1 other to get rid of the ship's complication. And we'll stay at 5. Huh. Yeah.
A laugh at a time like this?
Scale 4 vessel, capable of impulse speeds. As said before, their technology is higher than we've come to expect, which suggests that they've already been interfered with, in one manner or another.
Scale 4. So these ships are the same size as the Wildfire?
No, this is the larger ship being undocked. They are armed with free electron laser banks, nuclear missiles, and that is unexpected. A high concentration of psionic persons.
Captain
curious.
Tavera,
I'm sorry, Captain Pence?
take up a defensive position in the middle of the sector. The Achilles is going to warp in and take defensive posture.
If they have subspace capabilities aboard one of the ships on the surface, I would think that this larger vessel in space has subspace capabilities as well.
I intend to communicate with them first, but with the escalation and this state the ship's in, it's best to have some backup.
Yes, Captain. Would you like measures to be taken to exaggerate the Wildfire's injuries?
I mean, for the official reports, yes, it'll make me look better when I break the Prime Directive,
No.
but I don't think it makes that much of a difference.
It allows for a more convincing, we did not have full control of the situation, of which has just occurred due to the damages sustained by the ship.
We do not need to lie. It is basic tactical planning. When you are weak, make yourself look strong, and when you are strong, make yourself look weak. We are weak. We need to project strength to avoid a hostile contact. Ship, please disengage to a defensive posture away from Earth and wait for the Achilles to arrive.
Here's me trying to not get a Prime Directive ding.
New contacts.
Where?
Checking now. Small craft from the surface are atmosphere and space capable. They are approaching.
Understood. Helm, is there a vector to disengage from these craft?
Yes, Captain. We can just pull away past Luna, or even keep a little wide of it in case something's hiding. We're moving fast enough now. We're ahead. We have enough of a lead that we can keep away from them. We just have to constantly keep away from them is the thing.
Understood. Continue to disengage.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, down in Medbay.
Down in Medbay, when do I get my senior staff back?
Okay, well, see how it is.
Thralic, I believe you were trying to do something when you were sent off for observation.
Yes, but it's more along the lines of desperately trying to stay busy, rather than trying to do something in particular. Honestly, she's trying
Okay.
not to think about anything outside of the job right now. So that means she's probably doing something that doesn't really need to be done. Honestly.
You feel an intense wind blowing through the room you're in.
We'll look around in confusion.
It seems to be coming from the floor. And then from the forward of the ship. It's so stiff that you kind of have to brace your heels to kind of keep yourself from being pushed over.
Computer, reset environmental conditions for exam room 1.
Conditions reset. The wind dies.
Computer, what just happened? Give me a
Please.
localized system report for exam room 1 environmental systems.
Exam room 1 has normal operating parameters.
Damn it, wrong one. Give me readouts for exam room 2.
Exam room 2 is operating within normal parameters.
Any deviations from normal parameters over the last 5 minutes?
Negative.
Great. All right, then I'll walk over to the like call button, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
and hit that. Say, Nurse Rook,
Rook here.
if you could come in and give a scan. I just experienced something that the computer is telling me didn't happen. So,
Okay.
wonderful.
Commander, while I'm on my way, sit down on the bed for me, okay? Varuk will grab a full med kit with his tail, have a tricorder in his hands, and I'm unsure how one exits this circle.
You
There's
roll
no,
over.
this thing opens up. Like you slide it away. As you approach it, it would slide out of your way, and then you. Some people just hop the counter.
Yeah,
Just depends how casual you are.
Varuk will, not breaking his stride, roll over the desk and land right square on his feet, and open the exam room door. Commander, describe the nature of the medical emergency, I guess.
The bed underneath you feels cold as ice.
I believe I might be experiencing some form of sensory hallucination, Nurse. I felt there was a strong wind in the room, as well as the bed feeling cold. You understand nothing on this ship feels cold to an Andorian.
I understand. I will, Commander, lay down on the bed.
Right. She'll lay down.
I will. Yeah, I'll go ahead and scan. I'll do a full neural scan.
Reason, medicine, difficulty 2, assisted by ship's sensors plus medicine.
As Varuk, I'm sorry, as Commander Thralic is laying down, can I walk just right by the door and call to Nurse Oliver to come in as well?
You're activating Oliver, presume?
I will. Yeah, I will. No token as of yet, unfortunately, but I will get that handled.
Nurse Oliver, a human petty officer, 2nd class.
Mm-hmm. Oliver, assist me with this scan. And I go in and I, with an assist from Oliver, I would like to do that scan, please. Boop. That is Nurse Oliver's. Where's my sheet? There it is. Reason medicine. I will do internal medicine as a focus. Yeah. Yeah.
I will take that. Yep.
Okay. Cool. I will stick with just my 2 dice, please. We will go ahead and I have the quick study talent, which a task that involves an unfamiliar medical procedure. I'm not unfamiliar with a neural scan though. But
no, it's a fairly common thing.
Okay, cool. Great. Yeah, I'll go ahead and roll. Boop.
Here's the form momentum back on the table for you. There you go.
Thank you.
And then, would somebody like to
roll
for
shit bid?
For the nurse a baby.
Huh?
I'd do it, but I'm already in the room, so...
Yeah.
Sure. Miss Olivia baby. Was it reason med?
Yeah.
Oliver has a much better reason score than I called him in.
Internal medicine?
Yep. And I'll note at this point, Shreya is now free to be used on the bridge because she would have been cleared by this point. I should have done that earlier, but oh well. You didn't do any fancy flying for a bit.
I assume we're gonna spend
would
two
we
to
have?
squash.
You are 1 up.
Okay. So just one. I guess 1 from the pool to squash if we disregard the.
Yeah.
The gain plus 1 from the pool. Yeah. According to your scans, it seems that Commander Throlic has heightened psilocybin levels. They are currently experiencing a psionic event. Though unusually, they seem to be awake. That's not unheard of, but it is unusual.
Commander, describe the nature of the event that you just experienced.
There appeared to be a strong wind emanating from the floor of the exam room. I directed the computer to reset environmental conditions in the exam room, and the wind abated. That's when I called you in. And then when I went to lay down on the bio bed, it appears cold to the touch.
And with my paw, I don't feel that it's necessarily cold, especially not a Andorian's definition of cold, correct?
Yeah, it's room temperature.
Okay. I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick. I'm gonna do a quick, like a general scan of the area to see if I can get any like external causes for this.
I will hand that back to you. There is oh no, I'll take it. I have an answer for that actually. That would be relevant. So I'll take a momentum and say to you that there is nothing in the air that would indicate like a hallucinogenic gas or strange energy spike or Q presence. I mean, it's hard to scan for that, but Voyager kind of got the hang of it after a while, so there are ways to look for that sort of thing. But the room seems to be normal, so there isn't anything in particular about this room that would cause this event.
And how long was it between the previous spike in uh, uh, the chemical?
15 minutes, 30 minutes, give or take.
Is it still, after a few moments, is it still abnormally high?
A good question. Thralic, would you like to give me a threat?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Always.
is the answer.
uh,
Okay. Well, you seem, and other than that, he appears to be in decent physical health, correct?
she is.
She does appear to, yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Commander, I would stay off your feet from now on. Lay down in bed. I'm gonna make really intense notes on the scans that I just took, and walk over to the CMO's office.
And I mean, probably as you're leaving, Cations have pretty good hearing, right?
Pretty decent, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You'll hear Frolic muttering something under her breath. It's as if she's repeating something, though.
I'll stop in the doorway. Commander Thralic, is there anything else you need to tell me?
And going in there. She looks like she's in thought, trying to like figure something out, I guess, and doesn't.
A hunter frozen, hands to claws, plucked her own eye, very close to the surface. Dark virtue in that eye. Take it. By the gate's edge, a whisper, a final revenge.
Is that what he's? Sorry, is that what Commander Thralic is whispering?
Yes.
Oliver, take note of this. Commander, do you know where you are right now?
Oh, that's a good question. Hold on. GM, do I know where I am right now?
Would you like to spend another threat?
Yes, please.
Certainly.
This is a fun talent. Never bites me. Never. Always.
What?
Yeah. No, I think like, so Throlic is entering into a little bit of a trance state, but not quite. And she says, "Yes, nurse. On board the eager frontier of the U.S.S. Achilles."
I want to try to help you. You understand that, right?
Yes. There's something primal, something presence in the darkness.
What else do you see?
See an eye.
An eye. Tell me more. What color is the eye? I'm as a human being,
yeah.
I'm so lost right now. I'm really just trying to be. I'm trying to be here for you. Like I'm.
Hey, it's just
yeah.
I don't know. Like
your character is quickly learning how weird the Achilles is sometimes.
Uh-huh. This is the executive officer of the Achilles. Anyway, it's a dark iris and small, set against. There is no face I can make out. But it's set against something. Dark and textured.
hmm. Rook is going to look at Nurse Oliver and say, "Counselor, now." And Varuk will.
Take 4 stress, Commander.
Oh boy.
For a brief moment, you feel the ship underneath you move a little bit. And as an experienced officer, you recognize the ship's. Correct me if I'm wrong, Captain Penn. You're probably moving. Are you moving at high warp to get to your position, or are you just impulsing there?
It depends on how quickly they're about to be engaged.
Contact not for 4 turns from the surface, 3 from the space station.
That's
Well,
where
actually, no. There'll be no contact because they're moving. They're moving at the same speed they are. So there's gonna be no. If they sit still where they are, they're gonna see contact inside of 3 to 4 turns, like rounds of combat.
Okay, so
Oh, sorry. The impulse one can get to them, can outpace them. So one can actually, in theory, one can catch up to them in 1 turn once it undocks.
then probably like a short burst of warp.
Oh yeah, you hear that telltale surge of energy in the walls tell you that the warp engines have been engaged, and that feeling of dread just starts climbing as the counselor is summoned by Nurse Abebe.
Rook, you see Frolics's antenna kind of curl in.
All right. And with that, Varuk is going to administer. There is a drug in this list.
Yeah.
Hey,
Look, I've assumed
I'm
that
new here, okay?
Asa was going to tell him, but the scene got away, and now other things are happening.
You know, it's as if the ship has a special setting for a psionic shielding.
Certainly the case. It's not like Felix distracted or anything. No.
Oh no, I'm not trying to change anything. It's just one of those. It's 2 doctors and an XO, and no one's gone. Hey, Captain, someone's suffering from a psionic event.
Yeah.
Would I be read into the psionic shielding?
You'd be aware of it, yeah. It's probably just a current year nurse now because almost no ship walks around with that sort of setting as a default. The Achilles has for over a year, but this is the
Okay.
first time Brooks on a ship that does that normally.
Can I make some sort of a roll that would interrupt whatever like me be trying to be a counselor thing to remember? Hey, there's something that this ship can do to help.
I won't even charge you for that. That's just something. Like I'm willing to say right. The Vrook kind of light bulbs and goes, "Oh, wait a minute, we have one of those."
Crap! I hit my communicator, Captain. I recommend that you. This is Nurse Varuk. I recommend that you activate psionic shielding immediately.
Would you care to give
Frolic
any
extravaganza.
Thank you. Tactical, raise the myth type shielding, please.
And new scene. Hey, Throlic.
Uh-huh.
It stays right where it is.
Uh-huh.
I do have to highlight that because that isn't normal. And
Uh-huh.
your character would know that's not normal. But yeah, Captain, Sister approaches the bridge. You have warped into position to be right on top of the wildfire, I presume. In
Yeah.
your same range band.
Essentially, I want the wildfire to sit kind of behind the Achilles' nacelles.
Okay. You kind of park them behind you.
And once they're there, considering everything seems to be going tits up, I will open a system-wide subspace communication.
Okay. You open hail.
This is Captain Pend of the U.S.S. Achilles. We are not hostile vessels. The ship you are following had an incident and accidentally came into contact with your planet. Again, we are not hostile. Please respond. There's the prime directive, dang.
It was already gone.
Oh, for you lot.
Diff
No, it
6.
doesn't apply anyway.
Ah, it's only diff 6. Do you want to put it up one or two more?
Nah, I'm good.
He's saving all that prep.
Would you say this is a social interaction or a social conflict?
I would say so.
Okay, then my charming demeanor kicks in,
Hooray!
which basically just gives me a free single d20 reroll and a bonus momentum if we succeed.
If you succeed.
Of course.
If.
Would you take commanding presence?
I would, yes.
Would you take Tiger of Narendra?
No.
Shit. Would you take the use of a palm leaf?
Yes.
I have 4.
You can spend all of them if you want.
Sure, so it's an hour diff 1 task.
And is very experienced at peace negotiations.
Surprisingly, he is. Which I'm pretty sure none of the records actually want to confirm that.
What are you talking about? The records before show you were a very nice pilot.
Oh yeah, in this universe, sure. Focus in diplomacy.
Yep.
I'm trying to think, could I go for prime directive or mission directive? Would you take Prime Directive as a first communication contact?
Yep. You're attempting to minimize your damage to the Prime Directive. You're breaking it, but you're also trying to minimize in the same breath.
Oh yeah.
It's one thing to interfere with the indigenous species. It's a whole other thing to nuke them.
If that's the case, I'll spend 1 and 1 for a third die. Okay, so that's 7. Ship, which is comms command. That's 8, so we gain 7. Sorry, and 1 extra bonus, so I'll draw 8 and just put 2 on the board.
All contacts slow down. They basically stay. They're basically station keeping. So they can't. It seems these ships can't just stop on a dime. They do have to kind of continue moving. So they start doing these long turns. The small craft just start staying in a holding pattern.
Yeah, the laws of momentum, basically.
And it's all silence. You get repeated reports from sensors. They report the contacts are staying where they are. No one's moving any closer. Everyone's basically at long range to you. The large scale 4 contact and the 2 squadrons of the surface squadron and the space squadron. No one's getting any closer to you.
Could I spend the 2 to increase it from a subspace only to a laser base as well?
You would have to pick and choose who you're shooting at. To put it that way, you pick who in particular. You can't wideband laser. You can't LiDAR communications.
Maybe the flagship and the maybe Earth itself.
You would have to pick a facility, a particular target, like a building, a ship.
Hey, you could go for the capital ship that was hailing us beforehand.
Yeah, I was thinking like the capital ship and yeah, just the capital ship. Advantage, I can like laser beam the capital ship.
Certainly, I'll take those from you. You get a response back on laser from the capital ship.
Sure. I can't say on screen because it's a laser message.
Yeah. Message reads. Oh, sorry, just have to get it through the translation matrix. It's similar to old Earth languages, but there's some unique differences that are throwing the computer off. One moment, sir. This is Captain Lux Salvi of the Carina's Reverie to unidentified vessel. I represent the Surface Navy of the Council of Rational Politics Society. State your intentions.
Oh, well, probably beam back. Intentions is to recover ship who accidentally entered your system with no ill intent. And to lessen any furthering hostilities.
Try to burst that off, sir.
Send it off.
Firing.
Tactical, lower weapons and shields. Oh no, keep shields on for psionic, never mind.
I presumed you were at yellow alert. I didn't
Yeah.
throw up your weapons. Yeah.
I was just making sure.
Yeah. Message received. Be advised. Intentions noted. Sorry, intentions acknowledged. Be advised. You are currently in foreign territory where you are. If you wish to continue it's either political discussion or diplomatic discussion. The translator's flickering between the two. If you wish to continue political or diplomatic discussion, please enter our aerospace. Oh, they must mean their atmosphere. Well, wouldn't that be their orbit too?
Being back to them, we would be happy to reapproach, but any diplomatic / political conversations would have to be between all parties in the system, if there are other parties.
Burst. Firing. Well, that one's taking them a bit.
Yeah, they probably thought if we're not hostile and can become friendly like most people would assume, it's a free grab of possible technology over others.
Oh, we're getting a burst back. Noted unidentified vessel. That seems a bit threatening. Retranslating, just making sure I didn't catch it weird. No, that is what the translator says. Captain, it says, your life is in your own hands. We will not pursue you outside of our frontier or border. Frontier or border. They are not lasering us anymore. We can still laser them, but they're not talking to us anymore. They're not actively talking to us anymore.
Open comms with the wildfire.
I was just going to ask, is Captain Tavara receiving a log of this recording?
Probably receiving it secondhand, so once this discussion is going on, then the transcript is coming over immediately. Captain, it seems we can re-enter without any hostilities. That should give you enough time to conduct some repairs.
We are working on them as we speak. Are you confident is the correct move to continue diplomatic talks? We could simply apologize, leave, and return when tensions have cooled some. When the wildfire made its crash landing, we destroyed one of their ships and in the process killed over 40 of their citizens. I am not sure if it is the correct move to attempt diplomatic talks at this time, especially when there are Klingon agents acting about, searching for the wildfire, and there are cloaked space stations in the system. I believe the correct course of action may just be to leave and return with a full fleet later on.
Seems a little excessive. For now, have the wildfire modulate its shield to the myth type, there seems to be something psionic going on.
Understood.
I would rather try and de-escalate any hostilities that have been created now than give it a chance to fester.
Captains, we're being lasered by the space station that launched that scale 4 at us.
Right. Put it through.
Uh,
I will follow your lead, Captain Pennant.
well, it's a new language. Great. Well, I'm getting practice with the translator. Oh,
Ensign, what have I told you about complaining about doing your job?
The person at internal at engineering kind of looks over at the screen and kind of recognizes Tavera as a captain of theirs. Like, oh, whoops, hi.
Yeah,
Guess transferring doesn't get them away from Tavera. I can
it's
see you complaining back there.
yeah, Captain. Considering you were pursued by at least someone, and the possible hostilities, I'd rather have the wildfire remain close to our nacelles, so at least if someone does try anything, we're both within close proximity to cover each other.
Of course. I will pursue a strategic, I will stay in your behind, as it were. If you would like your officers back, I would understand, although the tactical expertise of, as much as it pains me to say, I should not say that. I have enjoyed the tactical expertise of Lieutenant Rylov and the engineering skills of Lieutenant Arlen. However, if you require their presence, you can transport them over.
As of right now, the Achilles is functioning well enough. For now, focus on using their abilities to get your ship back in functioning order, then we can look at that later on.
Understood.
Lord Brennan Sayer of the Royal and Golden Callahan Directorate hereby demand you come to a full stop and prepare for inspection. Inspection or boarding. The words are kind of flipping back and forth.
I believe we may be dealing with multiple factions of this planet at once.
Appears so. Send a burst back to Lord Sayer that the Achilles will happily interact with representatives from any and all factions within the system. We will not deal with a single one individually. But make sure they know we do not mean any hostilities.
I would recommend we do not allow them to board our ships, Captain. Even if they're more advanced than we expected, it would be unethical to give them military secrets and technology still far beyond their own.
Oh, I have no intention of letting them board the ship. The statement is to meet with all representatives, not just single entities.
Understood.
New burst. You have 1 hour to comply, or you will be considered an enemy of the. And they've now stopped lasering us.
PM, I have a
Mhm.
focus in cultural anthropology, which
Mhm.
I would like to use to do a study of the politics and culture of this planet to present to Captain Pend in his diplomacy.
Insight command diff 3 assisted by computers command. To answer your question, Varuk, do they have injuries? There aren't any. There are minor casualties on the wildfire, but the wildfire's med bay is able to keep up.
Focus in cultural anthropology.
Yep.
Okay. I have bold command, right? Sure do. Take a threat.
Taking one threat.
I have had some time since our ship crash landed to study their radio transmissions. I am sending over what I have compiled.
I appreciate it. For now, let's use this hour to see if any other factions would like to reach out. But before the 60 minutes, we'll move into the non-hostile territory, as it would seem.
I also recommend pinging the tracking device that I set up on the Klingon ship that was disabled earlier. It could be useful to know if it has been moved anywhere closer to us or further away from us. That would give us an indication of if there are Klingon hostiles potentially closer than we expect, or if they have left the area.
Send us a copy for tactical, and we can triangulate it with both of us.
Hi, Captain. That's if the device is even active still. We'll find out. It might still be active. It was like a diff 5 for them to find it, so...
It's not in system, says one of the sensor people. It's not in system. We can see it, but it's outside of the anomaly around us. Not exactly sure where. I don't think it's moved though. It hasn't gotten stronger or weaker since we came in, according to basing it off of the baseline they put on wildfire.
All right. At the time of our leaving that vessel, it was disabled. And there were small craft approaching us. It is entirely possible that they do not have the capability to get it running again at this time, but it is worth keeping an eye on. It could be something that's distracted them from being here right now.
Well, that's one less problem.
Cap, you want us to move into the atmosphere of the Earth-alike?
Once we're close to the 1 hour of compliance, then yes.
Aye, sir.
For now, see if any other factions are trying to beam us.
Captain.
Yes.
We have 2 factions as of now interested in contacting us, and we have 2 ships. If our goal is to placate both factions so far, we can appease both factions' demands.
Agreed. I'm just trying to find out if there's more than 2. If there are, then we need to know now. If there's not, then we can split them up and try to placate. So, any more laser beams from anyone else?
No other lasers at this time, sir. Okay. There's lasering between people, but we can't read any of them.
Clearly.
We've basically stirred up the nests, and they have cut all radio communications. No one's talking over radio anymore.
Okay. I'd say for now, both of vessels can move towards the Carina's Revelry and the orbit of Earth. Then we can maneuver from there if we wish to deal with the The Royal and Golden Callahan Directorate. Just send a message off to Captain Lux that we will be approaching and that we are open to diplomatic talks.
Captain, it is by my estimate that there are at least 3 factions present upon this planet. The Council of Rational Politics Society, the Royal and Golden Callahan Directorate, and the Free Interplanetary Alliance. There is also significant chatter about a conspiracy theory that states that there is a shadow council of spacemen who truly run things. If you speak to the captain of the ship from the Council of Rational Politics Society, I could respond to the space station from the Royal and Golden Callahan Directorate.
That sounds like a good plan. I do wish to try one thing to see if we can... Considering you just told me there's a possible hidden council of spacemen.
And a hidden space station in the system.
Yeah, can we laser beam or reach out to the cloaked station?
We wouldn't be able to laser it
from.
from.
Not know them.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say it's reasonable to assume they do not know we are aware of their existence. Communicating with them would give away that advantage.
I'll also note, sir, if we wish to laser them, we have to be within close range or medium and outside of the asteroid field. The asteroid field, we're in the inner systems. If we try to fire a laser through the asteroid field, it'll get blocked. The only reason they're able to talk to each other through that is they have their own little substations in the middle, where we have to dumbfire where we need to talk. Talking to these people is fairly easy because they're very close and hard to miss.
Do you think we can open a subspace to the cloaked station, or do you think we need to get a bit closer to the laser?
In theory, we could subspace. Just a matter of knowing which frequencies they're listening to. They might have heard us anyway from that burst we did earlier.
Keep it on our frequency, but direct it at the station.
You want us to hail them, sir?
Go for it.
Hailing?
This is Captain Pend of the U.S.S. Achilles. Cloaked station, do you read?
No response, sir. But they can hear us. There's nothing blocking our subspace.
We don't mean any hostile actions, but it seems there are many factions within this system that wish to talk. Would you happen to be one of them, or would you prefer to remain hidden outside the asteroid belt?
No response, sir.
Okay, close comms. At least, if they wish to do anything going forward, they know that we know exactly where they are. So, it should keep them on their toes if they try anything hostile.
I would guess, given the proximity to Gre'thor Station, it is almost certainly Klingons and not alternative humans on that cloaked station.
Well, I wouldn't rule out anything just yet, but let's keep it as possible Klingons for now. The last thing we need to do is start firing off any of our weaponry and making everyone a bit nervous.
Okay, 1 second.
Something I forgot to enter something in there. Sorry.
It's okay. Interesting, but the space station who wanted to hail us was from the Callahan Directorate?
Mm-hmm.
And okay. I posted an update with a little bit more information. From my understanding, the Rational Politics Society controls Earth and Mars, while the other two factions control Mars and Venus or various outlying colonies. Therefore, I think we are safe in approaching the two main ones, as they appear to be the most prominent and important to clean this mess up.
Agreed. Again, for now, we'll both head towards Earth, and from there we can branch out if you wish to contact the Golden Directorate.
Understood.
Con, take us in after beaming our intentions.
Aye, sir. Back down in Mid-Bay.
Oh God.
I believe Counselor Asa has been summoned to exam room 2.
Mm-hmm. Doing the classic Star Trek thing where one actor is playing multiple characters.
You just have different makeup on, that's all.
Yeah.
Jeffrey?
Prosthetics.
Is that you, Jeffrey?
Yeah. You know, nose prosthetics versus ear prosthetics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Counselor.
Yes, what is the
Commander
patient's status?
Commander Thralic appears to be somewhat stable for now. However, I am noticing a particular phenomena in her antennae. Are they still curled in?
No, that's more like it's kind of like a grimace.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I forget that Endorians use that as a emotive.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I mean, generally, Andorians who are operating with a bunch of non-Andorians would also have some facial expressions going on, but Thralic appears to be trying to mask that.
Counselor, I'm not going to lie to you that this is outside of my area of expertise. The commander seems to have experienced another event. Episode, to use your parlance. The commander felt a wind arise from the floor of this room, and the table in which the commander is laying on was cold to the touch, where it is certainly not. When I remembered that this vessel is equipped with a psionic shield, I messaged up to the bridge, apologies about taking that initiative without letting you know first, to activate psionic shielding in the event that this is some sort of external force that is causing this.
While it seems quite possible to me that it's an external force, the presence of the psionic shielding has not dampened the pervading sense of dread that accompany these visions.
GM, is Commander Thralic's what's the name of the chemical again, so I can stop saying
Psilocybin.
psilocybin? Are the levels still high, or are they being reduced?
They seem to be muted significantly, but they're
Okay.
still they're still there. It's still active, but it's not at full strength. So they're in something still happening. It's just at a much lower level.
Mhm.
I would like to run. What I want to do is start asking Thralic questions while also shining a light into the eye to see if they dilate, to check the antennae. I want to first see is she lucid and fully present in our reality, because I know her senses are being impacted. Who is the president? Where are you? What's 5 times 7? That kind of thing.
Verk also.
I just thought of exactly how you'd test if antenna were working properly. You'd probably hold an object or a hand outside of the visual field
Mhm.
and ask where it is,
Mm-hmm.
because they're so related to spatial
Mhm,
perception. Anyway,
That would be reason medicine difficulty of 2.
Reason, medicine, difficulty 2. All right. You have 22 threat, but I have bold medicine, so why don't you have one more?
Could I assist by sort of taking over the physical examination of the
Yep, you
patient?
totally could. Yep.
Oh,
And I'm sorry, you said reason?
Reason, yeah.
Reason.
Sorry, and what was the diff?
2 was the base diff. There it goes. Yep. Patient appears to be experiencing a dream. Without the rapid eye movement. But when you scan the brain, you start asking them questions. They are aware, but it's like they're lucid. They're lucid, but it's like they're lucid dreaming. Like it's like they're in a dream and they're aware that that they can control the dream to some degree.
yeah,
But they seem to be asleep.
they're in the REM state without the actual rapid eye movements.
Yep.
Okay.
Doctor, excuse me, counselor. I'm not fully aware of the crew complement of this vessel, but we don't happen to have a telepath, do we?
The closest you would have would be on reg staff is your ensign, your Betazoid, your science officer, but he seems to be recovering from the rather trying events about the wildfire. He needs to recover. He's no help currently.
He's not. She's going to frown and say, "No, Ensign Ven would be my go-to man, but he is not aboard the ship currently because she doesn't even know about the wildfire, or well, maybe. She's gonna
Like the minute you
frown.
look. Oh, there, is it there? Go ahead. Sorry.
She's gonna frown. Okay. So, talking out of because I want to ask questions after this role to get a better understanding, but just to talk through it out of character.
Sure.
She had a psychic event last episode, and then we wanted more information, so we recreated that psychic event, and that caused her. And the problem since then has been the cytosylene in her brain, specifically in the parts of her brain that controls sensory functions, have been overloading, and she can't tell the difference between reality and dream space.
You nailed it on the head. Yep.
Okay.
Most people,
notes.
most people would have to do a scientific method to figure that line of. You hit it on the head.
Okay. Question. What are her current cytosylene levels right now compared to a baseline scan of like Throlic's like physicals and her like scans from during her episode?
I'll take the momentum for that. So one of the things that measures your how sonically active you are is your ESP rating or ESP
Mhm.
rating.
Mhm.
It's basically 0 to 100, and 100 is you have powers at all. You're not using them, but you're at them.
Yeah, you're
Anything past
oh god, the guy from Where No Man Has Gone Before.
yeah, he was like
Yeah,
off the
I'm
charts.
blanking.
He was
Yeah, I can't think of his
I'm
name, but yeah,
blanking on his
okay.
name. Charles.
Anyway, sorry, continue.
yes. Now when someone's using their powers, and this is more Corbinianism, I will say, I'll admit, but when you go past 100, that means you're using it to some degrees, and
Mhm.
it's degrees of past 100. So most people, if they're doing like mind meld or something, they're at 125%, 150% if they're trying really, really hard. Most people can't survive past 150% because you start frying the brain like an egg. The brain,
Mhm.
most brains can't handle that much energy because that's it's still like the sonics are still a physical thing happening to your head. And most species can only withstand so much. Vulcans are particularly good at it. Humans tend not to be. A lot of species tend not to be. Ferengi, for example, are especially resilient. So they actually have like they will have like very low ESPER ratings, even though that's more of a anyway. I'm going on a tangent. Point being, so it's on a scale of 100, as in they have a power at all. That's essentially their baseline. That's them doing nothing. They just have it. They're just not using it. To 200, which is basically Q levels. You're talking bending reality and
Yeah.
stuff. Theoretically, the wormhole aliens would have 200 plus because they're that power.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Because they don't
Yeah,
have brains
there
to fry.
that's like when you're on levels of existence that humanoids can't comprehend.
Yeah. Thralic spiked up to about 130, 125 when you were doing it on purpose.
Mhm.
Thralic is now has been floating around 110 to 120. Now, normally when they have an Esper spike, it's around 125 to 150 if they're using it alone. So they're
Second.
lower than normal, but they're not at zero. They're
Second,
lower than normal if they were using a power or power is being used on them actively.
second question. This might not be a long-term solution, but is there a drug that we can give them to essentially like stop the creation or transmitting of the hold on psilocybin so that the levels in her brain go down?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so here's the role part. Can I try to talk through this with Varuk and guess what the effects would be if we gave her something to lower the levels of psilocybin in her system?
That would actually just be a momentum spend as you both kind of
Okay.
talk it out and try to be like, how exactly does that help? And I would tell you with that as well. If you were doing this to a Vulcan or Betazoid,
Mhm.
it's essentially blinding somebody. Like you're purposely making them blind so they can't see. So it's they can live with it, but it's not pleasant at all. For
Mhm.
an Endorian who only recently started showing them, you'd be uncomfortable, but
Mhm.
not traumatic. It would just be very, very uncomfortable.
Yeah, and the important goal for right now is to restore her lucidity, and then we can worry about like how do we re-expose her to that. So I think that's what we're going to do, unless you have any objections, nurse.
That seems to be a fairly a great treatment method to me. The I certainly would have taken the initiative to just, I mean, use that medication now if it was an emergent situation, given the fact that Commander Thralic was not in mortal peril at the time. I felt that not needed, but if we do it in a controlled way and we find a way to control these spikes that she appears to be having, then I feel that we can get this handled.
Yes. Unfortunately, this is the cutting edge of modern medicine. We are approaching some uncomfortable boundaries. There's great personal utility with dabbling in such psychic forces, and as she talks, she kind of waves her hands. But great risks as well, and we have to be careful to ensure that we are doing this safely. So you exercise correctly.
With that, Varuk will reach into, with his tail again, to the little rack with all of the hypospray containers, grab one, use his left hand to sort of connect the two, and I'll look up at Aza and say, can I do the honors?
Absolutely.
And I will roll to administer the drug.
Stop. Insight plus medicine. Difficulty of 1.
Oh. This is fun because this is how Corby tells me, hey, you're doing some really dumb shit right now, and you need to think before you act. I love these rolls. Let's get stabbed in the chest.
They're
today.
fantastic.
Insight medicine. Boom. There's 2 for you. Tell me what I did wrong, Corby.
Gain 1 momentum. It occurs to Nurse Varuk that it might be imperative to your career to ask for the consent of the patient.
Wait, you don't just get to stab people with random drugs?
I'm sorry. I forgot that she was still lucid. Okay.
It's not all
I was assuming this conversation was happening like kind of like over in a corner, basically.
Yes. Yes.
Can we make that as? Can we just be like over here?
Yeah. Okay.
You can react. That was me. That was the insight message.
Yeah.
Jab.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on, I'm missing something.
On a Klingon ship, you can just stick him with a drug in his brain.
Forgot.
Yeah, the Klingon ship. You're sick. Take this.
Yeah.
Literally, because I've never had to. Wow, that's actually wow. I've spent too long on a Klingon boat. I guess that's wild. I guess I never did ask. You're right. I never did ask for permission.
I am aware. You
Consent,
just gave me drugs at one point.
Look, she gave consent when she walked into the doors, okay? Okay.
No.
Lieutenant Aza, Counselor Aza is gonna like approach, and I imagine there's like a seat next to the bed for her to sit on, and she's gonna say, Commander Kralik, the levels of cyanine in your brain are high. And they are what are causing your psychic episodes. We believe that if we administer this drug to suppress those influences, that your episodes will stop and that you will return to lucidity. However, as you are still conscious and able to make your own decisions, we have to ask for your consent first. If you would rather we find a different treatment option or not treat you yet, you can do that.
How long is the suppressant active, Counselor?
I can tell you it would be for, assuming it works, it's for as long as you keep giving the doses. So basically a dose a scene. The minute you say I either I don't take it this scene or I put a counter agent in, it just stays there. But it is a regular thing you have to keep hitting them with because it's because if you give too much, you'll burn it out. So you kind of have to be careful with the dosage.
Yeah, she'll say, you will be taking it multiple times throughout the day. And if at any time you want to stop, you can't wean yourself off of it.
Well, I will say that in this particular instance, my visions haven't proved as useful as they have previously.
Hey.
Jab, jab, jab.
Turns out my vision is a bitch.
Hey, hold on. Your vision of my foot up here. No.
I get there's something strange going on in this system, but it's hard to focus on, and it seems almost malevolent. So
Maybe this question will assist you in your choice. It's not ethical for me to, of course, make a decision without your consent.
of course.
You are, yeah, absolutely. Who would ever?
Like it was a question.
Commander Thralic, these visions were, no matter what the cause, they seem to be trying to tell you something. What that is, it sort of boggles my mind. That's more the counselor's area of expertise than mine. But do you feel that getting to the bottom of these visions is worth it? If you think it is, then I would recommend holding off treatment. If you would like to return to your lucidity and not come back to normal, but regain some hold on reality, I would recommend you begin treatment immediately.
Give me a moment.
Would you like some privacy? The counselor and I can step out.
Yes, please.
Okay. Oliver, and I will, being a gentleman, I will allow the counselor to go first, and
Also respecting your senior officer.
yeah.
The chief medical officer of the boat. I'll be nice. I'll let you go first. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I'm med bay.
You're really on a roll with this whole thing, Corby. Thank you so much.
It's very fun. And the commander is going to call up to Captain Pend.
Mrs. Pend?
Captain, how goes the wildfire situation?
Well, we've recovered them. We're in an alternate version of the Sol system with multiple factions who use laser beam technology, of which I'm probably about to have a diplomatic talk with at least one of the factions. You?
The medical personnel have recommended suppressing my psilocybin levels in order to increase my current lucidity. I think, well, I want to get a handle on how the diplomatic situation was going to know how much you need my assistance.
So, from what I can gather, no one else is really suffering from any psionic after effects. What are you suffering from? That it could be something I use in the talks, or what are you seeing that's causing you distress?
It's vague, but as we entered the system, you know, the vision I relayed to you, and I was able to get into more detail of it with the counselor. A frosted door secluded somewhere in the darkness, an eye that's watching, a presence that invokes, it's not quite despair, but something close to it. The idea of cold, but it feels like cold is a symbol maybe more than cold as an actuality.
Do you
Whatever is down there feels like it has agency. Something by the gate's edge wants, or someone who placed something there wanted revenge. But it's all so vague. Sir, you know this isn't my area of expertise.
I know how to resist psionic interactions. That's where I'd say specialise. It's not really a speciality. You have been reaching out more into accessing and delving further into that realm of information. The only thing on this ship that can interact with you and may have some information is in a certain locked room.
I don't know if we're at that stage, sir.
Maybe not, but it's an option that if you decide to take before you choose to delve deeper or to pull back, it's another option for you. If you decide to delve deeper, make sure you've got staff there to look after you. If you decide to pull back, I'll happily take any assistance you can offer. But I'll support your action, okay?
Right. Thank you, Captain.
And Pendle just cut the com.
Alone you sit in exam room 2, sitting
Right.
upon the eager frontier.
Called the U.S.S. Achilles. Wait, no. Hold on. Is it?
Oh, it is. You are aboard the U.S.S. Achilles. You're just within the eager frontier.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so I can only point you to the other thing of possible information that you could reach out to.
Mhm.
I can't tell you to do anything.
Yeah. No, definitely. Let's see. So
Just
I
go into
could...
stasis room and sleep this off and sleep the mission off. It's fine.
No. No.
Well, I mean, I did say you could pull back and help,
Yeah.
but like I said, I honestly can't tell you what to do with your situation. So if you decide to delve deeper, pull out, take a side step, your captain's gonna back you.
Mm-hmm.
With a knife.
Sprint
Stab,
forward.
stab, stab.
Might literally back you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we call the back in the service. Oh, sorry. I'm good.
All right. So, Commander's going to go to the door and open it and say,
As Varuk phases through a wall.
whoa, 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 whoa.
He does
Wow.
sometimes.
We have that technology.
Yeah, it's true.
True.
It's true. Counselor, nurse, I'd like to hold off on the suppressant for now, but I believe I should remain under observation in case it becomes medically necessary.
We understand your decision.
In the meantime, I believe I might be able to kind of like glance toward the counselor, might be able to use a more potent focus to figure out exactly what's going on here, or more precisely.
We can attempt another session to focus your. We can attempt another session to focus your visions, if that's what you would like.
Right.
And in terms of physical monitoring, I would recommend either somebody be in the room with you, or at the very least, we have subdermal probes that we can use to keep an eye on your psilocybin
Psilocybin.
psilocybin levels.
Man, words are difficult.
Well, yeah, I know it's not psilocybin because that's a drug. Psilocybin levels, so that someone does not need to be sitting next to you while
Yes.
you deal with this.
Cortical monitoring, perhaps.
Yeah.
8 stress to Thralic.
Well, okay, never mind. Bye.
Oh, you're just done?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that. So 1, that's an injury. 2, that maxes my stress track. I go down. Goodbye.
Her antennae start twitching violently. Blue liquid starts leaking from her eyes and nose, and collapses to the ground in a fit.
Medical emergency in sick bay. Counselor,
She's seizing.
moves forward.
She's seizing. Get her onto the bed. Yeah, and she's gonna motion in a picture like we both grab her like by one, each get like one hand under her shoulders to bring her onto the bed.
Oliver, get in here. Nurse Oliver.
Is he like your PA?
He is my right hand. Just
Right.
sort of, I brought him along from the previous assignment.
Your fourth hand.
Yeah. Oh, what's going
Oh
on?
shit. Okay.
All 3 of you take
What?
1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stress. As you're touching Thralic and working on her, you feel this wave of dread just blast off of her
Uh-oh.
and start blinding you, and clouding your thoughts.
We need to inject the cytosylene, the anti-psilocybin right now.
I will note you're all looking at non-lethal injuries that will knock you because of the stress.
It's 2 momentum to stay up, right?
Yep.
All right.
I am going. Yeah.
So
Okay.
2 momentum for each of you. So
Mhm.
4.
Yeah.
So 4 momentum. What about Nurse a Baby?
Was the
I'm
nurse
dropped.
touching?
Yeah. It'd be
I
2
will-
threat to keep them up. Because so
I-
it'd take 4 to keep you 2 up.
Instead of using momentum, then I will use a value to stay up, a determination towards a value. Claws out for my patients.
I will note you will suffer the injury at the end of the scene. So you've taken the injury, but you're kind of powering through it until the scene's over. Because it's a determination spend rather than a void. So you'd be like bleeding from the nose and the ears and stuff a little bit, but you're forcing yourself to stay awake.
Okay. In that
Sure,
case,
sure.
never mind. I'll just go ahead and spend the 2 threat then.
I point that out. I mean, well, yeah. Either way, yeah, you feel this wave of dread as the room feels like it's freezing cold, like a wind that cuts through the bulkheads, right through your uniforms, right into your bones, behind your eyes. You can taste the frost in the air. And it's just blasting off of the commander.
Oh, pleasant summer day.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I had the hyper spray sort of on me, so I'm gonna jab it.
Daring medicine, difficulty 1.
All right. Composure as a focus.
I'll take that. I think it's applicable at the moment.
Threat, 3rd die.
Certainly.
Reroll for bold.
You made it worse.
No, I take it back. No.
Too late. Dice on the table.
Shoot.
Now you can determination reroll.
Yeah.
True. You also have an assist from the nurse here, right?
Yeah. Could Nurse Baby be holding Commander Thralic down and assist?
Could, yeah. I can call that fitness medicine.
Sure, I'll do that for you.
No,
Um,
fitness is not one of
yeah.
Oliver's strong suits.
They don't even really have a focus for
Then-
it, so I'm just gonna roll.
Then I can do it. No, I also don't have good fitness.
Am I the
For all
only
of
one
us
here
got
with
muscles.
good fitness?
I've
No,
got good
I have an
fitness.
11.
I've got an 11.
Also, it's like 58 years old. Don't shame her.
Excuses.
Anything above
Uh,
7's good. I'll point that out, by the way. 7's like your average person. Your average human,
Mhm.
anyway.
All right. I will, unless Aza has a roll.
Geez, I don't know what else I could do.
I just
I
need
say we
like
just-
one momentum, I think, or I could determination re-roll, but
If I'm talking him through the procedure, could I make a spin for presence medicine?
You could, yeah.
All right. Okay.
determination re-roll, improvise, adapt, overcome.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
All right.
100%.
There's snow in the med bay.
I'm
There's snow in the med bay.
I am just gonna re-roll the complication because I'm not risking anything.
Come on, another comp.
That's fine.
All right. You've administered the psilocybin blockers. Biobed tells you that the patient is still dying. You have 4 minutes.
Okay. We have to stabilize her vitals. What do her vitals look like?
There's a loud beeping noise that indicates the person is clinically dead. Their brain's gonna die on you within 4 minutes.
Oh no.
Okay. Okay, we can save you. Hold on. I'm looking through the list.
Oh,
Hang
I'll
on.
point out when you gave the blocker, the wind and the cold stopped. Like it was like night and day.
So that's working and it's working fast. That's good. Oh god, there has to be something in here about reviving brains.
Well, if it's
The cortical stimulator, right?
Haha.
there it is,
Yes.
found it.
Yeah, I was going up and down. Using a cortical stimulator on a patient allows doctors to make a medicine roll to attempt to revive patients who have died within the past 5 minutes. Doctors can also use this device to reduce the difficulty of any attempts to revive patients who are in a coma by 1.
Brings it down. Was gonna be diff 2. It's now daring medicine diff.
Okay.
And normally that would cost to grab, but you're in medbay, so anything with opportunity 1 is just
Mhm.
something you can pull out of a drawer. Like there's
Mhm.
multiples of them all across the medbay.
Yeah, there's a cabinet right here. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's going to yell for a cortical simulator, and as soon as it's in her hand, she'll stab it.
Yeah, my tail sort of whips out, throws it into her hands.
It's like those little discs they put on the forehead.
I'm picturing that like his tail has to have like because we have to wear gloves for like hygiene purposes, so the tail has to have like a latex wrap around it to prevent hair from getting everywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
He watches it pretty often, but yeah, we'll say for the sake of well, also, hang on, we can activate a Sterafield. That's fine.
There you
Sterafield-
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I wasn't worried. I was just saying, okay.
Now- Now there is a thing that acts like that correct shape. I know already. So
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing.
yeah.
Shush the both of you. No.
Oh no, god damn it. I didn't
No,
No,
no, no. No, don't worry
Alright.
about it. So you're
All
doing
right.
something, right, counselor?
Yeah, I'm gonna spend that momentum.
Okay.
and I'll assist if I can.
You can.
I suck at this. Damn it.
You have stabilized the patient's brain functions. They are no longer brain dead.
I'm no longer dead.
Can you not kill my XO, please?
And as the scene ends, Throlic, your eyes
Uh-huh.
flutter open, your stress track empties.
Oh, wonderful.
Also, your ESP power, your ESP talent is not usable at this time.
Oh, thank the prophets above.
To the bridge.
I did say on the bridge medical. I did send a message to the bridge medical emergency.
And Now I will send a message saying that the crisis has been averted. Well, solved.
He's still dead. She's still dead.
No,
Wait,
she's back.
Not?
You pulled her back from the brink.
Oh, good.
That's the purpose of the roll you just did.
Oh, good.
If I cut the scene while they were still dead, she would be super dead.
That was
I'd be
dumb.
New
gone.
character time.
Mm-hmm.
You like
So-
new characters anyway. It's fine.
The wildfire and the Achilles are now over the Pacific Ocean, somewhere on this new Earth, with a small surface fleet kind of floating below you at several thousand feet below. Because you just have to be within atmosphere, so you can be like up 30,000 feet in the air, and like up among the clouds.
How close are we to that 1 hour time limit?
You've killed maybe 10 minutes at most.
Okay.
GM?
Yep.
Would have Thralic have sent Pend a copy of what she wrote down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have.
Could we send a burst to the captain of the... Let me scroll up. The
Are you just gonna
Carina's
let this
Revelry?
mean anything to you?
That'd be Captain Lux Salve.
Okay, well, you're bursting to them.
Would it be possible for us to have access to language and data of your planet so we may better communicate with you?
Presence plus command difficulty. And I'll give you communications plus command. That's a presumption that your staff will help translate what you mean by that, just in case the translator's having an issue. Like we need what we're looking for, what we would call a language lexiconal database. But they probably don't have one of those. They probably call it a dictionary. It's like, wait, hold on, don't give us any old dictionary. Give us multiple dictionaries of your various languages.
Yeah, I'm also trying to play out, could I have access to like history or any other documents to see if I can run past of whatever Thralic just sent me and run it.
That would be a
past.
different role for sure.
Yeah. Well,
This is just getting the this is convincing him that it's worth sending this up
Yeah.
because you'll learn very quickly in the burst that they're a military officer and they have to, you're talking to them and they have to talk back to their civil superiors
yeah.
to figure out whether they're allowed to give that information to you.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I say, eventually after, even if we just get the lexicon, I can work on, see if they'll send us some other works.
If you get some momentum, you could probably create an advantage.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Because I'm funny, I would like to give you some threat. But because I'm a bastard, I'm going to roll 6 challenge dice instead.
Certainly. I don't know what your parentage has to do with it, but
You only get 3.
Okay.
And I assume diplomacy would kick in as a focus.
yeah, 100%.
Would you say this is a interaction or conflict?
For the purposes of,
Charming demeanor?
I think it should fire. I'm gonna double check. I'm pretty sure it does though.
Yeah, when you engage in
Social interaction. Yep, 100%. 100%.
So if I'm like giving him advice about what I've learned about their culture, could I assist him with a cultural anthropology role?
Yep. Insight plus command if you're assisting in that regard.
Reroll.
As Captain Tavera points out to you that although he may be a military officer that answers to a civil body, it isn't talking to like a military officer who answers to a democratic president or Congress or anything like that or a parliament. He answers to a corporate council. So there's a profit and gain loss sort of mentality that you have to, that he's just like security guard military who needs to translate that to the guys back home. It's like, how do they profit from this? And that's the language you have to use rather than outreach. It's very hyper capitalist society from what you've gathered.
Wonderful.
We essentially
Yeah.
gained 7 from that.
My understanding, it sounds like a super Cold War.
Yep, you're able. He's able to send. He's able to. It takes a little bit for your people to get it, but eventually it gets through. Laser's still pretty fast, just not as fast as subspace because there's bandwidth issues.
Would we be able to spend any momentum, or I can spend a mel to create an advantage of an increased amount of data, like generalized data and myths, that type
For
of stuff?
2 momentum, you could create an advantage that they kind of throw in an extra cultural, like a history and culture stuff. That way, it gives some context to lexicon. Because lexicons aren't just pure dictionaries; they're all in translation matrices. It's also cultural biases, idioms, why those idioms are a thing, the history of those idioms, so on and so on.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can you can see the phrase Sigma male pop up in your translation matrix, but it doesn't mean you understand what it's supposed to mean.
Yeah,
Just use that as
if
an example.
Cursed.
you could grab me a 2-4 if you don't mind. If you don't know the basis of that, that means I just said 2 numbers at you. It means nothing to certain cultures. It's like, oh, you mean 24 cans of beer? Oh, well, if you didn't know that, is that common on Earth? No, it's regional. Anyway, yes, you do. You now have that lexicon and culture base. You now are able to spend momentum to ask questions based on the language and the history you have.
The simple one is, does any of the information that the commander has given to Penn match anything from within the data?
Legends regarding people who explored the Pacific Ocean. Circling back to the industrial age and pre-corporate ascendancy. So to put it to equate that to Earth, that's around 19th century Earth. So it's a variety of legend and lore about exploring the Pacific Ocean, and that those sort of things come up over those themes: cold air, stiff breezes, strange visions, things like that. Hunters with vengeance on the mind, that sort of thing. It's a very popular thing among the Pacific countries.
Okay.
Now corporate-owned places, but you know what I mean. Geopolitical areas. There we go.
Yeah, I'm like, that's clearly what I'm gonna do after this roll. So any information I can garner regarding the governing bodies that could be helpful?
You'll have to be more specific. I can tell you in generalities, like what are you hoping to do? What do you hope to learn about them?
I'm hoping to find out what their general disposition would be towards our situation initially.
I can answer that for a momentum. So the general position is that aliens don't exist. That's something for TV and movies. Humans are the only thing that exists right now. There's nothing beyond the firmament at the edge of the galaxy. Like to us, there'd be an Oort cloud. To them, there's the anomaly, and that anomaly has always been there. So there's no such thing. The only humans that exist are in this, and there are stars, but there's no way to pass through the firmament, that solar barrier, as they would call it. So you're myth and legend. You're out of storybooks to them. Some people, in general, they'll give you the little green men treatment. That's why you're being taught. Speaking with military over laser communication rather than over radio, and you get the feeling if you had talked to the people on radio, like something that regular civilians could catch, they would be incredibly mad with you. They would think you're trying to pull something. But because you're speaking on very high-tech methods, they can control how their populations learn things. To expand on that, because it's fair, I can say, because of the base you have from earlier, the Council of Rational Politics Society, they would love to talk to a hyper-advanced civilization that's willing to trade. They would love to talk to the Federation. They're like a low-tech Ferengi alliance. They would love to make money, and they could get head over heels rich talking to you guys. The Royal and Golden Callahan Directorate could take this two ways. Depends how the director looks at you. The director may see you as a threat to their dominance over the inner systems, or they may see you as a possible military ally. So it's kind of up in the air. It depends how it doesn't matter how everyone else below them takes it. It's how they take it in particular. But there is the communism council around them, so they do have people they would have to answer to eventually, but ultimately there is a director of everything that has been looking over them, so their opinions considered the most important. So as for the interplanetary alliance, it's going to vary colony to colony. Some will be scared stiff of you, some will think you're here to help out the council or the directorate, and they'll hate you for that. They'll see you as a rival. Others will be curious. Some have early stage interstellar federalism, similar to ideals, similar to the Federation, but they're like at the infancy of that idea, and they're considered unificationists. They want all of humanity to be under the same banner, but they are the minority voice in this system. That's like one or two colonies have that ideal, and almost no one else holds. So, in general, it's checkered, to put it in a word. Some will like it, some will hate it, some won't care.
Yay.
The problem with a divided star system. This is why the Federation doesn't incorporate planets that aren't unified.
I ask you a question.
Certainly.
Who did the ship we exploded belong to?
They belonged to the. Hold on. They belonged to one of the council members of the Council of Rational Politics Society. So one of the corporations lost all their passengers.
Can I attempt to hail the president of the company or that board or whoever I can get and give them a formal apology and explanation of what happened?
I mean, we can probably do that at a diplomatic talk.
You could. It is possible that you could laser the building and just say, "Hey, I want to talk to your director, to your council member, and submit your letter. That would burst your letter to them."
Well, before then, I would like to ask the military guy on the ship if he thinks that would be possible.
For momentum, I'll add that in.
Sure.
The captain says it isn't. How good an idea? It depends how much you like to be sued. I mean, if you want to get sued and pay the reparations, go for it. And officially, he suggests you do that, but you get the sense in between the lines that he could have patched you in immediately. He's chosen to. If you want to go do that, you can, but I'm not gonna make you do it.
I understand. If we've returned to neutral form with this faction, then I recommend we speak with the other faction to ensure neither side has reason to be our enemy.
If that's the case, could we spend a momentum to find out what would better ingratiate ourselves with the directorate?
You could, yep. The lowest nice thing to do, the easiest nice thing to do is, they sound like they're equivalent to like a Commodore in rank when it comes to their navy. So they're a pretty good first-line diplomat to talk to. If you really wanted to make a show of it, you would request an audience with the director. In person, ideally. They don't like talking. They do not trust talking over the distant electronics of hither days, to put it in their words.
One quick note, if I can be permitted to do this. Can we try to do a signal interception? Double check subspace frequencies just to make sure there isn't any signaling going on. Because we're aware of this station that exists, and we're aware that this planet at least has subspace capability. So we should probably monitor that just to be safe.
That would be a separate role, but you could do that. You could totally do a subspace check. Subspace frequency check.
Well, I'm more saying, like, check to see if there's anything in subspace, because the only ones using it at the moment here should be us.
Yeah,
reasonably. So, to check if there's any usage, and then go from there. What is that roll?
Reason plus engineering. You're just checking to see if anyone's saying anything. 2. Communication plus engineering.
Before that roll, can I just spend that last momentum to ask you a question?
Certainly can.
Between myself and Captain Tavara, who would seem like the better option to talk to the director, given the values that the directorates suit?
I would say there is no great preference, because to them, you're an untitled military officer. So you're not nobility, and you're not a member of the commune power, and you're not part of any of the dynasties that are part of the commune boards. So they would treat you like some military officer in service to the council or to the Free Alliance. So you're both captains, so that's good. But other than that, they wouldn't. Of the two of you, the one that looks more would be Tavara, minus the ears, obviously. But because you have the obvious nose and facial structure that make you very different. But that wouldn't be enough to make them like hyper hostile. That'd be a slight preference. If there's any slight edge, it'd be to Tavara. But in general, you're both military captains as far as they're concerned. They don't recognize you as a they would not know that you're a diplomatic, scientific officer empowered by a federation of hundreds of worlds. Like, you're a completely different animal to their military officer.
Yeah, I've had a big role like this whole game, so if you want to take point talking to them, Pat, feel free.
Oh no, because what I was thinking of, if you took Rylov to the directorate, because you'd be able to get beamed out as well, because we do have that technology, you'd be more human-like, and that may not antagonize in some way, as where the ones who seem more open to not be hostile would probably not really care as much that I'm a Tellarite.
Sounds like a good plan. So me and Rylov will beam over onto their station to conduct talks with them.
Yeah, so you'd be leading the talks with the Golden Directorate. But yeah, Rylov, you had something you want to do?
Just to essentially ensure subspace security, which it's a possibility. Arlen, do you want to handle that, and I can assist you?
Yes,
I could do it, but you're the engineer and you're available. So
yeah, I'm
also,
also professional to have it.
If I'm going to a station with Tavara, then that means monitoring subspace would end up being your ballpark while I'm away. Entirely. So might as well get you on it now.
Yep. Anything particular you want on the monitor for, or just anyone in
We're
the region?
checking if any communications are happening at all. Because at the moment, the only ones that should be using subspace are us, and potentially that station out there, but that station has not reached out to us.
Yeah, I would
Okay,
specifically
I should be
focus
able to set up
around
a
the
script to
station.
notify us if there's any activity.
Well,
You mean
we're
you
checking
mean a
if there is.
subroutine?
That's the
A
role there. Is
script.
to
Yeah.
just the role there
Subroutine
is to
scripts.
currently check if anything needs to be set up. Don't overthink it. Just check.
But I can redline it and make it better.
I will throw you out the airlock.
I already redlined the airlock.
Ironically, this is something Tavara would agree full-heartedly with Rylov.
You overload one structural integrity. People get snippy with it.
I didn't overload it. It was well within theoretical tolerances.
Hey, I get it. You know, this Starfleet Corps of Engineers gets it, but command staff are...
For the love of the elements.
What you doing there, Arlen?
Okay, we're setting up a subroutine into monitor or subspace. What's the Starfleet protocols for that? Starfleet protocols focus.
I know, I'm thinking. I would say that wouldn't apply here. It's a
How
little
about tinkering?
Tinkering I could take.
Okay. In that case, do we need momentum?
You're at 0. You're...
Okay. Let's go ahead and go for this. Cochrane Medal of Excellence on the focus of tinkering. Once permission, I can spend a determination and get 2 benefits of spending it.
Fair enough.
2 threat.
2 third eye.
Third dice and the reroll. Lateral thinker trait.
I have bonus information because you're using that.
Okay. Reckless trait.
Complication increase.
Okay. Limit pusher.
Complication down or diff down?
Let's bring the complication down.
Okay, so it's back to normal.
Yep. And is this a strategy or tactic? So I can fire a ground kite order tactics.
I would say no because you're tinkering.
Okay. I'm gonna need another focus as to use that metal. All right, I have a determination on the board.
And assisting with paranoia as a focus?
You could, yep.
Given that's what's kind of inspired the roll to happen in the first place.
Yep.
And does Hazel wish to grab her ship?
Oh, I didn't. Tragic.
Well, not Asa. Asa doesn't have the wildfire yet. She hasn't been promoted. Tavara, on the other hand, could roll her ship.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I was more making fun of Penn than you.
Yeah.
Engineering. All right, we're rolling a 10.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Wildfire is not a comms boat.
All right, and then that's +2 from the crit hit dice.
So 6 on a 2, so you gained 4.
And I have another determination floating. I'm gonna save that to make an advantage.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
So when you scan on the subspace bands, no one's talking on them. But in a bit of lateral thinking, you think of various ways that if there is such a thing as space-time radio, subspace radio, maybe there's such a thing as hyperspace radio. It's a very lateral way to think of the problem, but that's Arlen for you. And yes, there is actually communication from that station through hyperspace to another location. The problem is you don't know where it's going. You just know it's going out to somewhere. So it's like subspace, but it's on the hyperspace bandwidth, which
Okay.
how you're hearing that at all is a mystery to everyone but Arlen himself. He would be the only person who could explain the science of it. The GM
No, I
alone
just,
cannot.
just correlated the phase coil.
It would seem, but yes, you are aware that there is a form of communication occurring from the station out to somebody else. You do know it's not going to anyone else because you would notice two hyperspace pings. You're seeing one hyperspace ping, and presumably at least one to more, theoretically thousands, because hyperspace is completely different and violates space-time mechanics. So
Okay, can that be tapped into?
For my other determination from the Cochrane medal, can I create an advantage that I can monitor the hyperspace channel?
yes, totally can.
And I'm gonna inform the rest of the crew that we are picking up something on not subspace but hyperspace. Someone is using a different form of communication that even we are not used to. Much like
see-
we are using subspace to bypass laser arrays.
You see Tavara like begins to say, "What is?" And then she just sighs and rubs the sides of her temples and says, "Okay." Continue to monitor communications on hyperspace levels.
See, it's like subspace, but you just inverse the
I get
sign.
Please do not explain this to me right now.
What are they saying, if anything, at the moment, Harlan?
Can I get a read on what they're saying?
For a momentum, sure. To get a summary, otherwise you'd have to wait a whole
get a
scene.
summary. Yeah.
In summary, they are reporting on the movements of the wildfire and Achilles. They are noting who you're talking to and what you're saying, and they seem to be communicating that they are doing their utmost to align the various powers to destroy the Federation vessels in the system.
Oh, that's interesting. So they're scheming and conniving to pull these pawns to come after us. Okay.
We have
the response back, in summary, is to wait and see if the Federation vessels destroy themselves. If they attempt to leave or they've discovered you, initiate the attack.
I don't like the sound of that. So, captains, plural.
Yes.
It appears that our hyperspace talking friends and are planning an assault. They're using the locals as a means of antagonizing us and getting them to destroy us. If that fails, they will initiate an assault on ourselves.
Oh,
However,
one thing to
I can't be
highlight.
sure if they're...
One thing to highlight. Sorry, it's very important. They know the records of all your laser communications, but they don't have any communications between the wildfire and the Achilles. They haven't broken your encryption.
They've been monitoring our laser communications, but they can't see subspace.
It's not that they're monitoring the laser communications, because you can't intercept lasers. You have to be.
Yeah,
but you
that's what I
can
thought.
get
You
the
can't
records
intercept-
after the fact.
Okay.
Which means they're in contact with the planets.
So they're tapped
Right.
into they're tapped into the planet's internet.
Yeah. Well, they're either getting reports back from their agents, so someone is funneling them the information. So any laser communication is not hidden to them, but the subspace is encrypted, and they don't know how to break that encryption yet.
Okay.
This is a very...
So the planet is compromised, and there's a third party operating on the planet, and they have agents in high-level military channels because they've been monitoring our laser relays.
Lieutenant, you are forgetting one part of information that we did receive earlier.
What's that? Sorry?
The ideas of a shadow polity of spacemen running all of the governments.
Wait, when did we hear that?
That was something Tavara learned in her cultural anthropology study.
And then she said out loud to Pen, so yes, you missed that.
It's in the chat log as well.
No, this is Arlen in character. He's just as completely brain farted that.
Oh, fair enough.
So, yes, they have
Yes.
something high level. It just means that that is confirmed to not be a rumor. It is an actual fact.
Okay. With permission, and I'm not sure or if they have the ability to see subspace, but if it was as easy as I could to read their hyperspace channels, they might be aware of our subspace channels. I would like to take measures to increase our encryption.
I've
Please-
already got
please
the
do.
channels encrypted.
I would like to boost that.
For 2, you could boost the level. It's up to. I think you guys set it to 3. You could up it to
Correct.
4.
Yeah.
You're
can
like,
I
hey,
take a
these are the
roll?
frequencies they play with.
Mhm.
Let's stay out of those frequencies.
Captain Pence, does this change our plan?
Possibly. For now, we know that there's a possible play on us. We'll continue to play ignorant. I do wish to scan this alternate Earth. Something has been affecting the commander aboard my ship. After that, I may, depending on how our meetings go, decide to reveal our little shadow government. But for now, we know there's an ambush. Just stay on your toes and be ready for it.
Illogical plan.
There's no
must-
point of revealing our hand too soon.
We must reveal our intelligence when it is at the greatest value.
I
Agreed.
would say the mannerisms of this are Romulan, except for, at last I was aware, the Romulan Empire did not have hyperspace communications capabilities.
Could I spend momentum or make a roll to figure out what other policies might have subspace or hyperspace, and if that's like a technology just above us?
I also just realized the thing is we're understanding the languages that they're communicating in, which means that should be on record somewhere.
We received translation tricks.
Yes, but that if it's a local dialect, then that tells us something. If it's not a local dialect in their hyperspace communications, that also tells us something.
Oh, I see.
For momentum, you could ask that to figure out what the language base is you're listening in.
Lieutenant Rylov, I find it highly unlikely for this to be the Romulans. The most logical deduction to make is that these are the Klingons from Gre'thor Station. They are the most likely to have found this planet. They are the most likely to have laid the minefield, and they're the most likely to be
As an
springing this trap.
I did say it seemed Romulan methods, but unlikely to be them, yes.
For now,
Sorry.
we'll hold off on speculation until more's revealed. It could be space bunnies as far as anyone's concerned, but
I call them paragons.
Actually ask that language question with the momentum that's available, or no?
No one has. Nope. That's still on
Like-
the table.
No, I'm saying do we, because that's not a me, that's an Arlen, because Arlen made the roll.
Yeah. Let's spend a momentum for the translation information.
It is a Bemothian dialect of Klingon.
There we go. If we're focused on the first part of what I said, not the second part, God.
I believe the
I'm running out of
feeling
focuses.
humans
Fine.
describe this as is called vindication.
Fine, no focus.
I was
Meanie.
going to say, do you want my assistance? But
2 momentum gained. You can assist if you want.
I mean,
Do
you know
you
it's the
want that
tripology.
assistance?
Yeah. I just want confirmation of that.
do you want the assistance, Arlen?
Yes, please.
Okay. And this is who has hyperspace?
Who has a hyperspace communication tech? Yep.
Ah, paranoia. It doesn't help me. I know. That was sarcasm.
I might.
Oh, okay.
Holy crap! Yes. Yeah. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. You'll get a bonus question
I was meaning as a focus.
as a focus, totally. But because you have the trait, you have a free question. You have a bonus question.
There you go, Arlen. I didn't make it, but
We have a free question. I'll take it.
I am here to bounce ideas off of with my paranoia.
Because as Arlen rattles off something, Rylov just happens to know the answer. Like, why do you know that? Oh, I was looking up something just in case of this special encryption method using that base mathematic.
Which is
What?
relevant to my purview as a security officer aboard the ship.
You were listening to numbers radio stations just in case. Yes. Fair. All right. Never mind. It helped. Anyway, to answer the question, the people who could, you would need to be at the cutting edge of tech to be even close to doing it. Because hyperspace is one step beyond what you guys play with. Quantum slipstream drive, for example, quantum entanglement communication type stuff. That's when you start. That's still in space time. Like quantum entanglement communication, which is more secure than subspace, is still like just over the horizon. It's almost there. Hyperspace talk is beyond that. So it is even for you guys, it's fairly high tech. There'd be if anyone had it in Starfleet, there'd be one ship in the whole fleet that could possibly have it. So to answer that, Federation could have it. Klingons theoretically could have it, but it would only be one of the only a few houses that are technologically minded would have it. The Tal Shiar might have it. If they had the full, they might have gotten it before the Civil War. If they didn't get it before the Civil War, they can't possibly have the resources to build one during the Civil War. The Alcarans play in that realm. The Alcarans Aldemota, they play with that tech. That's Iconian technology. They would have that and more. Though you do know they wouldn't trade that information around easily unless there was a really good reason for someone to have it. The Worm aliens, Q Continuum, they would have that technology as a biological imperative rather than a technological imperative.
We're ruling those out.
I'm just letting you know. But you're talking. So you would no small power, no minor power, weakened power could afford to build one. So like the Ferengi would have to buy it from somebody. Yeah, they'd buy it off of somebody for an insane amount. And even then, I think at most the Grand Nagus that, and maybe a few of the Grand Nagus candidates. Like it'd be hyper expensive. But the Grand Nagus could have one for all you know. Just as a novelty, put it on a shelf, never use the stupid thing. But like the Cardassian Republic Union, I forget what they're called right now.
I think it's Republic, yeah.
They can't afford it. The Tholians wouldn't want it. It's not the kind of tech they use. They're more crystal talking. They're more psychic that way. The Talarian Republic, the Gorn Hegemony, they don't play with that. They don't play in communications. They play in weaponry and armor. So you're talking people who focus primarily on communications, and the people who play with that the most would be the Federation and the Romulans. Klingons, it'd only be the tech house. The High Council at current is a warrior council, not a tech council. So they're not playing the only high tech guy is a warrior himself. He's only high tech by virtue of someone who isn't even part of his house anymore.
So by process of elimination, we have either Federation or Romulan in tech, but they're speaking Klingon. We know it's not our tech because we would be aware of how to do it.
Not necessarily. It could be classified.
Could be classified.
Klingon House. I mean, it's the subsidiary of Subgita. Which Subgita? It wasn't the Rasa ones. It was the other one.
Tarkin.
Right.
There's House Rasa, now Tarkin. There's House Butanon, and there's House Gamora. Gamora was a flight house. Butanon was a traditionalist political house, and Rasa was a scientific technological house.
And this station was which minor house? The Gre'thor station, I mean, the one that we're supposed to be going to.
Gre'thor station was...
I've got a note somewhere.
Under Butanon, as I recall.
Okay.
I don't think we have enough information to put it all together for right now, so I think our best bet is to keep moving, to keep finding new information.
I have one question, but it's kind of off ball wall. So if anyone else has a interest, or
I mean, you also
better
have
question.
the B question.
You do have
too,
one free
so-
question because of the paranoia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a reply, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that also Klingon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't a, ooh, I'm being sneaky. Okay.
This is a very esoteric question, but
Sure.
what is the technological or scientific hurdle between us and hyperspace? Is it power requirements? Is it processing power? Is it the math?
It's the foundational science. The hyperspace. The foundational sciences just aren't there because, as much as we don't understand subspace mechanics to the sophistication that the Federation, like 20th century or 21st century, can't play with subspace because we just aren't there yet. We don't even understand the foundational sciences behind that. Whereas 24th century, 23rd century Earth totally understands those foundationals. Hyperspace is that extra step. So you don't. The best you have is that hyperspace is this pseudo. It violates space and time. It's not linear.
It's science fiction.
Science fiction, as far as you guys are concerned. Yeah, it's that one step beyond. It's a whole magic, as far as you're concerned. So that's how little you understand it.
I love the implication that that's Rylov answering that question.
Like, why do you know that? Look, I pray to the elements. Leave me alone.
Like Taloris is standing there, like, I'm the scientist. What? Why is he?
But hyperspace currently is played with. The most people have used hyperspace is either super powerful beings, or supposed religious experiences. So like the orbs of prophecy, the wormhole aliens, Q. Like they're
so we're not even playing with this in laboratories yet.
No. In theory, you could be. There could be some top secret, ultra clearance base. Like Starfleet can do incredible things, but it's not something that's in common circulation.
We, in a manner of speaking, were playing with it aboard the Achilles with Zeft's implant.
Yep. Because that was hyperspace tech that the Alcarans had.
So bearing
no,
I mean,
it
yeah,
was the Shiri.
Shiri, my mistake. Yeah, an entire galaxy, different entirely.
But either way, unless someone countermounts this, Arlen, I believe you should continue to monitor these communications and inform us of any changes as talks continue aboard these to these various polities.
Yep, I'm all ears in subspace, hyperspace, maybe regular space. I'm still working on that one.
I will remind you that you are a single person and you do have people available on the bridge to assist you, if not aboard both ships, before you get carried away by yourself. Again.
Very well. Just this once. And I'll go about organizing my I teams into hyperspace and subspace monitoring.
Yeah, if there was I wanted to scan the Pacific Ocean.
What are you scanning for?
Well, for the tales and myths and legends we've heard about it, I literally want a full scan of the planet, that entire section of the planet, as deep as I can.
Oh, hold on. That sounds like an extended task to me. You're surveying the entirety of the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, yeah.
In detail, no less. Hold on, let me pull up the numbers on that.
I apologize for the obvious joke, but you are making it the Pacific Ocean.
He's going for a deep dive.
The highly specific ocean.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
I mean,
isn't that the one with Bermuda?
No, Bermuda.
No.
Atlantic.
Which ocean was that in again?
The Atlantic.
Atlantic and near the Gulf of Mexico. It's just off of.
Oh, it's just right. Yeah. Okay, I had the.
Wait, is Atlantic the one that's sunk into the sea?
You're thinking
What?
Atlantis.
That's Atlantis.
This does make sense for the Romulan and Napoleon that have both never been to Earth being like, where's this weird thing going from?
Yeah. Just to
Captain
point out,
Tavara will answer several questions about Earth's geography and then say, I was born in Tucson, Arizona.
that seems like it would actually be a very like nice place for Vulcans.
That was my thought, was like, isn't the
Yeah.
Southwest perfect for them?
Ben,
Yeah.
so what's the scientific scanning thing? Because I feel like Penn's not doing that himself.
I have to pull it together. Give me a moment.
I can
So
direct
it was-
someone.
You'll have Rymek or Talora doing it, yeah.
Yeah. We do have at least an idea of the size of an object we might be looking for.
We at least also know the Actually, wait a second. Wouldn't having Earth as a reference to this copy of Earth be a great assistance here?
Probably.
Probably.
Let me just pull up the files on actual Earth. What's the differences? Differences. Jesus Christ.
Good job, boy.
Don't worry, I've got a killer headache right now.
I won't make you spend that. For them, as far as they're concerned, they are everything's the same for them from their perspective. So even the stars look the same, which shouldn't work because they're not in the right part of the galaxy. So the stars shouldn't do that. The big catch is that instead of the Oort cloud at the edge of our solar system, it's the solar system firmament. There's that barrier that surrounds them. And there's you just can't, like for you can't go outside the galaxy. For them, they can't go beyond their own solar system. It's just not possible. So that's why there's no great imperative to learn warp or faster than light, because you're traveling at best impulse in your own system. Impulse gets you most places in one solar system.
So, what you're saying is if they want to get to the rest of the galaxy, it's going to be a long road.
You could say that, but you know.
You won't. Ever.
Computer, depressurize the bridge.
Level tone
Arlen,
force field around the
jar.
engineering department. Vacuum that area. No. You're gonna get dinged. I don't care. You're getting court-martialed. That's for when I get home. Uh-oh.
If I get home.
Gee, I thought my bosses sucked.
I mean, for the purpose, no, I'm just gonna shut up. Magnitude.
Technically, it's vacuum that sucks.
Resistance is.
It's a sucky work
Difficulty
environment.
is this. Control or reason plus science by sentence. It's work 18, magnitude 3, resistance 5, difficulty 4.
That was a very distressed Thralic noise just then.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out. You could say that you were under a lot of pressure.
Under pressure.
Also that, yeah. Alright, so which scientist do we want
Pressing
to
down
be
on me.
instructed to handle this?
Well, whichever one it is, I'll be directing them. But it's which one's got the best focus.
So what you should do is get Farouk to get one of his nurses to do this role so they can direct them. Using
I was
medicine.
gonna say,
now.
you've got
Sense-
analysis and surveillance under Talora.
Yeah, and for Rymet, you've got like investigative techniques and sensor operations.
She also has 2 determinations.
He has one, but I think one of his talents might be helpful, which is visual spectrum. He might see something via infrared or ultraviolet.
Relevant, yeah. I mean, either way, she can assist him if he's doing the role, so there you go.
Yeah. So does anyone wish to take Rymek with one of us assisting and me directing?
Sure, I'll roll for Rymek.
Okay. Ensign Rymek, I would like you to scan that very specific ocean and get me every ounce of detail you can.
Hi, Captain.
I'm sure he is delighted.
Huh.
As Rymek begins his scan, his hands feel heavy and he feels a draft, a breeze of cold blowing through the bridge.
You're doing this to me. now.
Yeah, just picking on the player.
Yeah.
I mean, it is hyperspace. Goes above, so it's the threat's being spent against the player, not the characters at this point.
The meta is real, anyway.
I was like, I'm not doing much. Sure, I could make a roll. Yeah.
It'd be a neat concept, honestly.
Would be the first time I've done
No, because that's just bullying.
So Rymek is starting to feel cold.
Yep.
Put on a coat.
Yeah, I don't. I feel like he's gonna keep trying to do the roll because he's not gonna know that's like a harbinger of something more dangerous necessarily. He's gonna, oh, I'm feeling cold.
I'll
you know?
head on over and put my hand on his shoulder because I'll be going over his work.
You gonna like rub his shoulders, keep him warm?
No, it's a case
Oh
of
my
if he
God.
fails the roll, I'm going to bash his head off the console.
Look, okay,
Sure, yeah.
no king shame. Anyway, so Pen, as you're helping Rymek, you do feel that breeze as well as you're looking at as you see him starting to get ready.
All right. So focus in investigative techniques, Jim.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm assuming analysis for an assist would be fine.
You know what's really wild is we have some real gusting winds out here right now as this is happening. Anyway.
Rylf, are you assisting?
No, to Laura.
To Laura is?
Yeah, from the other ship.
To Laura. Oh, you're Vulcan. Vulcan. You're Romulan friend.
Yeah, I was about to say, call her a Vulcan again.
What's she gonna do? Come at me? She feels.
really?
She.
Really, she's a Vulcan because we look so similar, huh? You can't tell us apart.
Oh, this GM tonight, man.
I mean, you're both ultimately Vulcan. It's more of a political divide than anything.
Vulcanoid. Vulcanoid, and that's a sensitive topic.
Look,
Yeah.
ultimately, we're all part of the same progenitor species anyway. We're all.
Yeah, we just want to call everyone Vulcans because we're self-centered.
I mean, you could.
Yeah.
But yes, Tal Aura does feel a stiff breeze as she's looking at the reports.
Horrible.
Okay. So this will trigger my dedicated focus investigative techniques.
Mm-hmm.
And over. And I trigger visual spectrum off of this to be analyzing, or to be very familiar with analyzing data that's in a wider light spectrum.
Yeah, it would work for what you're doing. Yeah.
Okay, so reduce difficulty by 1 there. Can I trigger the trait Analog Analyst here as well?
You could, because you could use your the actual cameras on that stuff. Yep.
All right, then I will do that as well. I will. Guess.
Maybe the resist.
Yeah, can I lower the resistance there?
You could if you have an advantage floating around.
I mean, well, I was asking if I could do that with the trait.
Oh yes, yeah, you could do that.
The trait, which is in the rules of STA, a type of advantage.
No.
Yep. So resistance is brought down to 4 technically.
Yep.
Now, is the fact that we're looking for something in what is technically an already mapped area an advantage?
Surprisingly, no.
I had to ask.
It's worth asking. It is 100% worth asking.
Mm-hmm. All right. Take 1. Actually, take 3 threat and spend 2 momentum. No, 1 more threat for 5 dice. I can't math.
Sure, you can.
I can't
Mathing
math
well.
quickly or well.
There you
There
go.
we go. There we
With
go.
proficiency.
Anyone
Yeah.
can math. Mathing well is the hard part.
All right, rolling 5.
And I'm
Okay.
assuming analysis works for an assist.
Yes. My tower's over there, so I should flag.
That's the
Literally
ship.
flag.
And I'm going to roll for Penn's assist because he's directed.
All
Would
right,
you
and
allow the
so-
focus in mental prowess?
I would take that. Yeah, you're trying to scan. You're trying to help scan the entire Pacific Ocean.
I have a bold reroll for 1 die. All right, so dedicated focus will trigger on the 2 crits that I rolled, meaning it will generate 2 additional bonus momentum.
So, Jesus, how many did we get?
A lot. That's nice. That is
Quite a
very
bit.
nice. Okay, so it was
Yeah.
diff 5?
It was
Yep.
diff 4.
4.
4. Okay, so you're
Um,
1,
So
2,
1,
3,
2,
4,
3,
5,
4, 5,
6.
6. We full pool plus 2 bonus.
Bonus.
Yeah.
Noise.
You owe me 7 challenge days.
All right.
And a beer.
Preferably a mead. I'm not big on beers.
Meats are really nice. There's a cool meadery in town that
If
opened
they're
up
made
like
right.
years ago.
Yes.
Yes.
That's,
Yeah.
that's
Definitely.
Yeah.
If it's
Okay.
mead, right?
Aha! 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 minus 4 is 4. Work.
Spend 1 bonus to get to 5. See if that's a breakthrough.
You could just do piercing.
Oh, I could just. Yeah, I'll just do piercing. Actually, much better.
Get
Much
to-
better. Yes.
Get to 6
So
instead.
gets you to 6 work. 6 work would be a breakthrough.
All right.
Do you want to spend the other also on piercing just to get more work done?
Mm,
Yeah, because it's just going to go away.
It is a float.
yeah. I don't think
bonus.
we have any. I guess do we have any information that we get from this first breakthrough that we could ask questions through, or?
I have to resolve the roll first before I can answer that. But usually I'll color magnitude why the magnitude happened.
Well, I mean, because the float would remain until the roll is resolved and we could ask questions with it, right?
But it resolves once it resolves, the magnitude happens.
Right.
Yeah,
I
we
was
have
just
to
thinking
spend
piercing.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Then sure, yeah, we'll just throw it into piercing.
Oh wait, no, walk that back. You're right. You're 100% right. Sorry,
Yeah, I
I
was
got my order of operations wrong.
It's okay, maybe I'm just tired here.
Because it's not the magnitude, it's the difficulty. If you hit the difficulty, you have bonus. You can act on that bonus. Yeah. So the first magnitude is you do exactly what Ryloff's player was pointing out. It's like, you know what? Let's just check what is known of Earth's Pacific Ocean because it has been thoroughly explored by the surface navy and the underwater navy of Earth because it's a thing they've had hundreds of years to do. They have centuries on these people exploring the ocean. There's underwater colonies on Earth, for crying out loud. Not a ton of them, but they're there. Sequest is real for them. They just that's what the TV show is about. Totally. Anyway,
So Subnautica.
Subnautica.
Oh no.
You chart and verify that their Pacific Ocean is the same as Earth's Pacific Ocean, like right down to there's a lot of caverns. They didn't explore it all. There's no colonies. By this point of Earth's history in the Third World War, there was like a military base hidden out there on the water, like in an island and stuff. But no one was playing underwater. So in this place also there is an underwater base near the North American continent on the West Coast. But that isn't what you're looking for. It's you scan it, you find it, and it's like a secret research facility that researches better lasers. It's not in the same ballpark. It's not what you're looking. It'd be relevant if you were from this star system. It'd be a tactical, strategic advantage to know this. To you, it's not terribly relevant.
Oh, cool! We found your top secret research base. Moving on now.
But I mean, if you want to get
as a potential,
we'll go for it.
I was gonna say Penn could use a potential diplomatic lever if he feels like it, but
true. But you do recognize that it is entirely possible that what you're looking for may be deep subterranean tunnels that requires you to do another type of scan. You basically have mapped the entirety of the
Right.
Pacific Ocean
vast.
down to the floor. But now it's a matter of getting in. It's doing that deeper in accounting for various minerals and interferences, just the water. Scanning certain areas so you don't kill the wildlife by accident, because scanning at that intensity is pretty tough. That sort of thing. So yeah, that the first Manitou tells you that it's something these people could not have possibly found. They could not have found whatever it is you're looking for. But you do know there are deep earth subterranean tunnels and stuff and caverns. Or it's possible with a high enough tech you could build one if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
You can ask questions off of that before your next roll.
Question: is it the Mysterons?
I don't know what that is, sorry.
Go away, Pent.
I mean,
Back to England.
unfortunately, Captain Scarlet's not here to lend his assistance.
Oh, I got it now. Is that question poofing?
I'm trying to think if there's anything I can use it for. Yeah, I think we'll use the bonus momentum just to chip away, grab some more work.
So put you up to 7.
Yep.
8.
Or no, to
8.
8.
Oh, you're penetrating. Okay,
Yeah.
All right. So before you do the next roll, that stiff wind pierces through your uniform, right down to your bones, into your very soul. Comes damage.
Mm-hmm.
The
We don't
focus of
have
this
that many science officers.
This attack is focused primarily on Rymex. He's a roll, but other people helping may also be hurt. So give me a moment.
That's what I get for missing Monday.
Yes.
He's got to hit you with some psionic bullshit somewhere.
Wait, hold on. I did that wrong. You go there. You go here. I did that wrong.
For a second, I thought Rymax roll was the damage, and I was like, oof. I looked away for a second and looked back and saw it just slightly up, and I was like, oh no.
It's like when someone's typing and then stops typing, and then like it looks like it's a new roll that's come through. Yeah.
Yep. I'm just looking at the amount of threat that's getting set on the table. That's what, 9 at the moment?
That's a lot of threat. Hopefully we don't have to say goodbye to science officer.
7.
Oh, 7. Never mind.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because I'm multiple people.
Okay, 14. Okay.
There we go.
All right. Well, it's been fun tonight, folks.
Okay. I'm okay. I'm fine.
You are
good
sure.
to
But
know.
what about us?
Okay, I gotta refresh because everything's being weird.
Don't you rolled real low. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. We're fine. No problems here.
Oh, it
No
could be worse.
injuries.
And re-rolling the whiffs. Ow.
Reroll the 2s as well while you're at it. Why not?
No.
Yeah, see, it's a really low number.
Oh.
Damn it.
Ouch.
Ouch. So
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, that's vicious. Cool.
Uh, 12 intense. It's affecting Rymek and Telora.
Damn.
That maxes out Rymek's stress track.
Oh my god.
She's
Looking
taking
at-
the full 12 as well from that.
Yup.
Oh,
Dud.
that does also max out Telora.
Dud. As they bleed from their eyes and ears and collapse to the ground in a fit.
How's penned?
Penn feels a
Take
stiff
you.
breeze, but it's almost like, you know how you ever been train blasting past you at a track? It's like that. You're close enough to feel the wind blast past you, but you're not in the path of the train.
And so this is affecting us through the psionic shields?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Love
call
that.
for transporters to send Rymek to medbay.
Control plus engineering difficulty, because we're on the final scene, and these two people die if they are not saved. They are both at death's door
Well,
right now.
what's the medicine roll anyway? Just to make sure.
Well, we have to beam them there in the first place.
No, I mean like without the beaming. What would the
Oh, if you treat them where you're sitting,
Yeah.
you would need to spend 1 momentum to grab a cortical stimulator from a med kit. You need a med kit in the first. No, you could just replicate one. That would cost you 1 opportunity to get one, and then it's daring plus
medicine?
medicine difficulty of. They're not in a med bay at the moment. It'd be 3.
I mean, Vralov can also do that. He could probably get the roll for Telora on the.
Yeah, and I'll get it.
I mean, so it's also we have a medic over on the bridge with Telora.
Yeah, I was going to say
Um,
that he's got his determination and a very easy way to get a second one because it's something that I need to do on him. And
Also,
without
Yeah.
his burning.
And Akir has combat medic.
Okay. I mean, I need to burn a value on him because it makes sense to do.
As well as Akir having a med kit.
Yeah.
And medicine 4 and all that. So
we
I think we can probably get Telora without a transporter roll.
Yeah, and I
So we
think
don't have to do 2 transport rolls there.
yeah, I think I'll just summon the EMH to the bridge to stabilize Rymek.
Sounds
There
good.
we go.
What is the nature of the medical emergency?
Oh no.
Looks like he's bleeding from his eyes and his nose. Seems like a psionic attack.
Oh, very well. Stand back, please. Cortical stimulator.
Laser.
You know, we'll have to spend for 2, so that's 2 up.
Do they come in a med kit by default, or
Yeah.
You do have to spend to dig around for it because it's not something you normally
Alright.
be walking around with. The only place it's free is in a med bay because they have those
Gotcha,
all over the
gotcha.
place. It's like having an AED on you. You can have one, but most people don't walk around with them.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I've paid for 1 for each.
Cool.
So who wishes to grab a key and who wishes to roll for the EMH?
I will roll for Akir.
I mean, I imagine.
Yes.
I was gonna say, Akir,
Yeah.
you're probably not like unless you're fighting Rylix, sort of just taking the medkit and being like, "I'm doing this." You look at the
Lieutenant,
values
you
of
have-
this.
Do you have medical training?
Yes. Actually, yes, he has a medical score of 2.
Right. Right.
I am fully aware of the situation.
So who's
Alright,
the main
Lieutenant.
roller on Tal Aura?
Sorry, what was that, GM?
Who's the main roller for Tal Aura? Romulan?
Ralph.
Okay, here's some stress coming your way as a blast of cold air comes off her body.
I mean, you guys realise you have an EMH on your ship as well.
Considered issue now.
Good point. Good point. I think that Akir would know that with a medicine 4.
He might.
And a con of 3.
Oh, hello, Ryloff.
Oh, hi. Wow.
Hi.
2, 4, 6,
Wow.
8. No, okay.
Oh
I'm
no.
I'm
Are
just
you
staying
also
here.
dead?
No. No.
Okay.
What do you think of me? Wow. Starfleet Declaration of Gallantry. Go away.
Yeah.
Shoo.
Go away.
None of that. I could do it twice if I wanted to.
You may continue your role.
All right. Akira is definitely going to be trying to assist Rylov here if you want to be throwing that at
So
him too.
I'll burn
No, I
the
won't be.
value of I will do anything for the one I trust. I'm burning that.
Because you won't?
Currently that the one was
Oh,
what was
yeah.
the one that's gone and dead.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll get you. I got you.
They're dead. That kind of needs to be burned at this point.
They're presumed dead. They're not necessarily.
Presumed dead in a temporal cold case murder missing persons thing that I can't touch or do anything with. So yeah,
Fair.
that's kind of close to dead.
Pretty much, yeah.
Mhm.
Not to be a downer.
He's paranoid.
I think I'm paranoid. Anyway.
Anyway, that gives me determination,
It does.
which is you can't. I mean, directive doesn't apply here in any way, shape, or form. I'm pretty sure,
No.
but you can't sit around and wait for help
That's true.
because he's just like, no, that's fine. I'm doing this. I know it's your med kit, but I'm taking it.
You got this.
Daring medicine, which is a 12. He does have the trait of paranoid. If that hurts, or
Nah, it doesn't cut either way.
yeah, I don't think inscrutable helps unless there's something else here going on that I don't know about.
No. No.
Same with survivor.
No.
I figured that wouldn't. I just wanted to, because
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what's going on, 100%. So it's like, no focus. And I'll give you a momentum. Hi. Go for it. I rolled with that name still, but yeah. No, that's.
You did it.
Right.
I keep it too.
And
Ha! Look
an
at that.
assist. Here's an assist from Akira. Because there's no way he's letting someone with medicine 2 be the only one to roll.
There you go.
Medicine 2 is
Narratively-
not bad. Thank you. He was best friends with a doctor. How
Yeah, Akira's got medicine 4. It's like,
much float
we're
did we
making
make?
sure that's right.
That's accurate.
Okay. Do. Ooh. Advantage getting useful information from like as to the cause of this.
That'd be actually that's just one.
That's just one. Oh, okay. Never mind. Shit.
Some sort of very powerful psionic entity. It wouldn't be a person because it's too strong and it's hitting multiple people. So it wouldn't be like a very powerful psion, like a single person. It would have to be either a very large organism or a large group of organisms or a very powerful machine. Like there are people who can do like telekinetic attacks, but that's telekinetic projecting. That's just one person. They can't affect that many people from that distance easily. It's just beyond them.
Wonder if there's a lot of psionic people on that ship there.
Yeah. That being said, advantage as in there is something here that gives an idea of direction to pursue for defending against it in the future.
I'll take one.
One, okay.
It's in the Pacific Ocean. Whatever you're looking for, look back and try to bite your head off.
Not what I was asking, actually. I was asking if there's a means that we could make to better defend ourselves against it.
Sure, don't look.
Yeah, okay.
That's not defending, that's running away. That's
Uh,
the flight of fight or flight.
But yeah, I think
Hey, it worked for the Americans. They just ran away until they won. It works.
GM.
Revolutionary War. Anyway,
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna direct the EMH.
hold on. The EMH gets attacked.
The EMH gets attacked?
Yes,
Yeah.
because he's the
How?
main roller.
How,
Yeah.
though?
Because you can
I mean-
disrupt. You can disrupt the hologram. You just have to do enough damage.
I mean, this is maybe a little late to litigate this, but like, how? Because like, psychically, you're attacking brain waves, and he doesn't have a brain.
Well,
That's
I think
a bit rude.
I think there's a typical difference between psychic and psionic.
No, you're a sonic or psychic attack can attack. It won't be able to melt his brain, but it would attack where he is, and then if it does enough damage, it would disrupt his matrix, and he would just vanish.
Okay.
So I can't kill a hologram because you can't kill an EMH. You can just force it to go away. So I'm wasting an attack. Not that it knows this.
The same way that you can hit it with a phaser and it kind of.
Yeah, it's the same idea. It's attempting to attack something that's doing this.
And then it'll just come back later because that does that.
Poof.
Well, fuck it, I'm doing it then.
I would attack you. I'm out of threat.
That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if you spent the thread or something. We'll never know.
Where did it go?
Would you allow a milestone spend for... I've got 2 for survival. Would you take 1 for that?
I would, yeah.
Okay, so I'll just burn that down to 1. Okay, so I'm going to spend that. So I'm at 2 successes already. Because this
Sounds OP, needs nerf. Would rate my
Mhm.
diffuse.
Yeah, because this is not my best roll. And I'm going to spend 2 momentum to try and make sure I don't kill. Focus in composure.
Given how freaking weird this is, I'll give it.
Okay. Again, 1.
And in the haze of this strangeness, as you prepare to continue your search of this strange specific, back out of it, that will be the end of the episode.